The battle in half a year. The moment Mulan arrived, she was chatting and laughing with Lu Ming as if there was no one else around. This made the murderous intent in his heart surge. Sacred constellation, let him go. Let Lu Ming go. Mulan then turned around and looked at the sacred constellation. Lan, what did you just say? Holy Constellation's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sacred Constellation, with me here today, don't even think about harming a single hair on his head. Mulan said. Mulan. The killing intent in Xingxingchen's eyes was like a storm. Mulan was his fiancée from the Sacred Constellation. However, she was now protecting another man in front of everyone. Where was his face now? At this moment, the killing intent in the heart of the Sacred Constellation towards Lu Ming had not weakened. Instead, it had become stronger. Originally, I only wanted to cripple him. But now, he must die. A cold and emotionless voice came out of Xingxingchen's mouth. You dare. Mulan stood in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the surrounding audience looked at each other. Some quick-witted ones had already noticed something and revealed strange expressions. Mulan, you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. With a wave of Sacred Constellation's hand, starlight burst forth like ribbons of light, entangling Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan. Boom! Boom! Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan released their powerful auras. After not seeing each other for a while, Mulan had already reached the Martial King realm, and Mu Xiuyuan had also reached the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King realm. However, it was all in vain. Under the starlight of the Sacred Constellation, he had no power to resist at all. He was directly entangled by the starlight and pulled to the side of the Sacred Constellation. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming. Mulan also shouted. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you now. Die. Under the pressure of the sacred stars, there was only cold killing intent. Previously, he had thought that Lu Ming was talented and wanted to take him in for his own use. Now, he was determined to kill him. Boom! A cold killing intent and a powerful aura burst out from Xingxingchen's body. He clenched his fist in the air and a starry sword appeared in his hand. It's still not certain who will live and who will die on the holy star. Lu Ming's eyes were also extremely cold as he stared at the sacred constellation. Wisps of lightning swam between his eyebrows. You? Holy Star sneered contemptuously. He took a step forward, and the Divine Guard's battle platform rumbled violently. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and the ruthlessness in his eyes intensified. He knew that even if he could kill the sacred constellation with the Thunder Cauldron, he would not be able to survive. The other members of the Shing family would not let him go. Furthermore, the secret of the Thunder Cauldron would be exposed. But now, he had no other choice. Stop! Holy Star, I promise you. As long as you let Lu Ming go, I promise to marry you a year later. At this moment, Mulan shouted. Holy Constellation's figure paused and stopped. He then turned around and looked at Mulan. It seems that this kid really has some weight in your heart. You don't have to worry about that. I promise to marry you in a year's time. As long as you let Lu Ming go, I'd rather die than marry you if you kill him. Mulan said. Senior Sister Mulan, you can't. Lu Ming roared. However, Mulan ignored Lu Ming. She only stared at the sacred constellation. Okay, I promise you, but not 1 year later, but half a year later. After half a year, you and I get married, and I'll let this kid go. Holy Star said coldly. Half a year. Mulan gritted her teeth. She glanced at Lu Ming and said, all right, I promise you. Seeing that Mulan had agreed, Sacred Constellation waved its hand, and the starlight that had wrapped around Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan dissipated. The two of them regained their freedom. Once the two of them regained their freedom, they walked toward Lu Ming. Senior Sister Mulan, why did you agree to him? He might not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said, his heart full of unwillingness. Mulan smiled faintly. She thought that Lu Ming was speaking in a fit of anger and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming, we're engaged after all. Perhaps this is fate. I've always wanted to escape but I can't. A long sigh sounded softly. Giggle. Lu Ming clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He knew that Mulan was doing this all because of him. Otherwise, with Mulan's personality, she would never agree to it. Lu Ming, with Lan pleading for you today, I'll spare your life. Xing Xingchen said coldly. After that, he revealed a look of contempt and continued, Lu Ming, do you think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me? You can only hide behind women. With that, he smiled contemptuously and turned to leave. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Holy Star, since that's the case, do you dare to accept my challenge? Whoosh! Lu Ming's voice was like a storm, sweeping through the entire scene again. Many people were dumbfounded. What? What did I just hear? Lu Ming actually wants to challenge the sacred constellation. He's so bold. He's looking for death. Arrogant and conceited. This is what you call arrogant and conceited. The entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation in the Tianxian region had dared to challenge the sacred constellation. You want to challenge me? Holy Constellation turned around and asked. Even he was a little surprised. That's right. Half a year from now, you and I will fight. Do you dare? Lu Ming said loudly. Half a year later. The corners of Sacred Constellation's mouth curled into a cold smile. He glanced at Mulan and said, do you really think that you can catch up to me in half a year? Fight me? You don't need to worry about this. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you can't. You don't have to. Mulan said anxiously. He knew that the reason why Lu Ming chose to challenge the sacred constellation in half a year's time was definitely related to her. However, given Lu Ming's cultivation base, he would not be a match for the sacred constellation in half a year. If Lu Ming could fight above his level, so could the sacred constellation. If Lu Ming could improve, the sacred constellation would also improve continuously. It was almost impossible to catch up to Holy Constellation in just half a year. It was not that she did not have confidence in Lu Ming. She was very confident in him. She believed that in a few years, Lu Ming would definitely be able to catch up to the sacred constellation. However, half a year was too short. Lu Ming waved his hand and interrupted Mulan. Senior sister Mulan, this battle is inevitable. Even if it's not for you, I'm going to pay you back for the humiliation I've suffered today. Lu Ming's voice was firm and unquestionable. Sacred constellation, just one word. Do you dare? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the holy star. All right, I promise you. Half a year later, I will let you know what despair is. You will never be able to catch up to my footsteps. Sacred Constellation's confident voice reverberated throughout the entire area. The scene was boiling with excitement. The Holy Constellation had actually accepted Lu Ming's challenge. The two of them would fight half a year later. Moreover, this battle was very interesting. If the Sacred Constellation was defeated, the wedding date between him and Mulan would definitely be affected, or even cancelled. If Lu Ming was defeated, the Holy Star would carry the momentum of victory and marry Mulan. From now on, the Tianxian region would truly be the world of the Sacred Constellation. The fourth region. Do you think there's any hope for Lu Ming in 6 months? How is that possible? In half a year's time, the Holy Star would have entered the Peak King's realm. How could Lu Ming have any hope? There's no hope at all. I think so too, but I'm still looking forward to it. Me too. We can't miss this opportunity in half a year. The crowd was in a heated discussion. At this moment, Sacred Constellation did not say anything more. It turned around and stepped into the air, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming has escaped again, Sheng Wushuang said through gritted teeth. So what if you escape this time? He'll still die in half a year, so I'll just let him live for another half a year. Sacred Light snorted. But Sheng Wushuang was still worried. Lu Ming was simply too freakish. During this period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation would increase explosively every once in a while. Sheng Wushuang was already a little afraid. He was afraid that the next time they met, he would not know what level Lu Ming had reached. Even if Lu Ming has some talent, do you really think that he can catch up to the young master of Xingqian in just half a year? That's impossible, Sheng Yao said. Not bad, not bad. Sheng Wushuang kept consoling himself, but he was still very nervous. Then, the crowd slowly dispersed. However, the news of Lu Ming challenging the Holy Star in half a year's time, as well as the news of Sheng Wushuang and Mulan's marriage, spread like a hurricane. It caused an earthquake-like sensation. On the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have challenged the sacred constellation. Mulan cast a reproachful glance at Lu Ming. However, she did not know why, but she was happy. She knew that Lu Ming had challenged Sheng Wushuang mostly because of her. Senior sister Mulan, why do you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, I'll beat Sheng Wushuang up so badly that he can't marry you in half a year. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're still so confident. Mulan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. AI, senior sister Mulan, by the way, why don't you want to marry the sacred constellation? This guy, although he has an arrogant expression that makes me unhappy, but to be honest, he's quite capable, and he's not bad looking either. Wait, don't tell me you're not marrying him because you like me? Lu Ming stared at Mulan with a smile. Look. Take a fancy to you. Stop dreaming. Mulan pouted and her face turned red. He then sighed. No one wanted their fate to be decided since they were young. Moreover, it's hard to say when it comes to matters of the heart. Although the sacred constellation is a genius, it just doesn't have any feelings for him. Oh. Lu Ming seemed to be smiling. Cough cough. At this moment, Mu Xiuyuan, who was at the side, coughed a few times and said, shouldn't we leave this place first? Yes, let's go. Mulan's face reddened as she hastily said. Lu Ming's gaze and smile made her a little overwhelmed. Then, Mulan beckoned for the eagle in the sky to leave. She, Lu Ming, and Mu Xiuyuan walked down the fighting ring and headed to a street. Lu Ming, where are you staying now? Mulan asked. You're blocking houses in the city. Lu Ming said. Oh, how about this? You can move to the 4th district. You can cultivate faster in the 4th district. I'll arrange a courtyard for you. Mulan said. Mulan's father was the palace master of the Profound Sky Sub-Palace, so he had the authority to arrange a courtyard in the 4th area. Then, the three of them walked toward the 4th area. The 4th region was separated by city walls, and experts were guarding the city gates. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter, or they would be killed without mercy. However, with Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan leading the way, Lu Ming naturally entered the 4th area without any obstacles. What a strong spiritual qi of heaven and earth. What a strong will of heaven and earth. As soon as he entered the 4th area, Lu Ming was amazed. He found that the spiritual qi here was so dense that it was almost tangible. The intent realm of heaven and earth was even stronger than the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east. It was hard for one's cultivation not to improve after living here for a long time. It was no wonder that there were so many experts and martial king realm experts in the younger generation of the Xing family. In such an environment, even a pig would be able to cultivate to a decent realm. Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan led Lu Ming deeper into the 4th area. Soon, they arrived in front of a courtyard. Miss Mulan. An old man bowed to Mulan at the entrance of the courtyard. Yes. Elder Qian, Lu Ming will be staying in this courtyard in the future. Mulan pointed at Lu Ming. Elder Qian glanced at Lu Ming, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then nodded and said, yes. Lu Ming, let's go in and take a look at the environment. Mulan smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them walked into the courtyard. In terms of size, this courtyard wasn't as big as the East Heaven courtyard in the east. This was normal. This was the fourth region of Tianxian City. Its value was terrifyingly high. Naturally, it wouldn't be that big. However, the decorations were very elegant and very suitable for cultivation, comprehension of intent and martial arts techniques. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The three of them walked around and returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming, this token is for you. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the fourth area. Mulan took out a purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and kept it. Senior Sister Mulan, I wonder if there are any inscription masters in Tianxian City. I would like to ask them to help me forge a spear. Lu Ming asked. The demon-subduing spear's tip had already shattered. As for the ordinary lower-level 5 spears, Lu Ming still had 2 of them which he had gotten from others. However, they were of lower-level 5 and were not of much use. Of course, there are inscription masters in Tianxian City, and there's more than one. What grade of spiritual weapon do you want to make? Mulan asked. It'd better be a level 6 one. Lu Ming said. Level 6. Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan were both shocked. A 6th level spirit weapon was a spirit weapon used by Sea of Soul realm experts. Its power was extremely terrifying, but the materials it required were also frighteningly expensive. Lu Ming actually wanted to refine a level 6 spear. Lu Ming nodded. His cultivation was progressing very quickly, and his true essence was too abundant, 10 times that of an ordinary person. The martial skills he cultivated were also extremely overbearing, and the requirements for spirit weapons were extremely high. Normal spirit weapons wouldn't be able to withstand his explosive power. The material of the demon-subduing spear was already very good, but it still couldn't withstand it. Only a 6th level spiritual weapon would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a while. Lu Ming, the price of refining a 6th level spiritual weapon is terrifyingly high. I don't have that many spiritual crystals on me. Mulan said. Level 6 Master of Inscription. Senior Sister Mulan, don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming said with a smile. He had nearly 9 million pieces of supreme spiritual crystals on him, which was enough to make a 6th level spiritual weapon. Mu Xiuyuan and Mulan were both very surprised. Lu Ming could even afford a 6th level spiritual weapon. It seemed that they had underestimated Lu Ming. That's good. There's a rank 6 inscriber in Tianxian City. He's my father's good friend, but he's not free these 2 days. How about this, I'll come find you 3 days later and take you to see that inscriber master. Mulan said. Alright, sure. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect that there would really be a level 6 inscription master in Tianxian City. A level 6 forging grandmaster was extremely rare, and their status was even higher than that of normal Sea of Soul realm experts. In the entire Tianxian region, Sea of Soul realm experts were extremely rare and limited. Every single one of them was a figure who could rule the Tianxian region. The 3 realms of the spiritual god were the spiritual ocean realm, the spiritual embryo realm, and the spiritual god realm. Each realm was extremely profound. At the same time, the power one could control was also extremely terrifying. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was not something that the martial king realm could compare with. Above the spiritual god realm was the martial emperor realm. The peak of the spiritual god realm was also known as the Supreme. The 9 Suns Supreme was at the peak of the spiritual god realm, only 1 step away from the martial royal realm. Of course, Lu Ming was still miles away from that level. Now was not the time to think about that. Lu Ming then chatted with Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan for a while. Lu Ming, you should recuperate first. Mulan instructed with some concern, then left the place with Mu Xiuyuan. After Mulan and Mu Xiuyuan left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and started to recuperate. Previously, Lu Ming had received 2 attacks from the Holy Star and was severely injured. He knew very well that he did not use much strength in the 2 moves of the Holy Star. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have been able to withstand it. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. He believed that he would be fully recovered in less than a day. Half a year. I'll need more resources if I want to catch up to the sacred constellation in half a year. The most important thing is the essence realm of heaven and earth. As long as I can improve the essence realm of heaven and earth, I can keep improving my cultivation as long as I have supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Now that Lu Ming had the path understanding ancient tree, he could comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth very quickly. However, he was not satisfied. At this rate, he would not be able to catch up to the Holy Star in half a year. Intent crystals. If I have a large number of intent crystals and the path understanding ancient tree, my comprehension of the intent realm of heaven and earth will be much faster. Only then will I be able to catch up to the sacred planet. Lu Ming was deep in thought. To be honest, Lu Ming was under a lot of pressure too. The main reason was that the time was too short. He only had half a year. In half a year, I must defeat the sacred constellation. If I can't defeat the sacred constellation, how can I fight against Martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his gaze determined. Then, Lu Ming took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it by his side. He then took out a fire-type profound meaning crystal. He planned to improve his fire concept first. Now, Lu Ming's fire concept had reached the early stage of level 1 lower tier, which was only slightly weaker than the thunder concept. However, Lu Ming had 320 fire-type esoteric crystals. He was also the fastest one to comprehend the concept of fire. Kacha. Lu Ming squeezed hard and crushed the fire-type esoteric crystal. Wisps of intent lingered around Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the concept of fire. Originally, the intent realm of heaven and earth in this area was stronger than in the Tao Comprehension Palace. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had reached a terrifying speed. His comprehension of the fire concept had increased rapidly. Kacha. Kacha. A piece of fire-type esoteric crystal had been used up. Lu Ming crushed another one. One piece after another. A day had passed, and Lu Ming had consumed a total of 20 fire-type profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming's fire concept had broken through in one fell swoop, reaching the middle stage of level 1 lower tier, catching up to the thunder concept. Fast, it was too fast. A day's time was equivalent to a year or even longer for others. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. Continue. Lu Ming kept taking out fire-type ultimacy crystals and crushing them to continue his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days he had agreed to meet with Mulan had already passed. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 60 pieces of fire-type esoteric crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of fire had already reached the peak of the middle stage of level 1 lower tier. He was just a step away from the late stage of level 1 lower tier. The comprehension of concept became more and more difficult the further one went. As long as his intent realm reached the later stage of level 1 lower tier, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to advance again and reach level 5 Martial King realm. If one's intent didn't improve, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. On this day, Mulan arrived at Lu Ming's courtyard on time. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll bring you to the Master of Inscription. Mulan said. All right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Mulan led Lu Ming deeper into the city. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of the 4th area. Presumably, he was either training outside or working hard to cultivate in seclusion. Lu Ming followed Mulan and turned left and right before they arrived in front of a dilapidated stone house. This is the residence of that great master of inscription. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, this master has a strange temper, but he is a good friend of my father. He should agree to help you, right? Mulan said. However, she didn't sound very confident. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. The two of them walked into the stone house. Inside was a small courtyard, but in the courtyard, there were piles of all kinds of scrap metal, like garbage. Uncle Huang, Uncle Huang. Mulan called out in a low voice. Who is it? You've come to disturb this old man's dreams again. In the courtyard, an old voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming's heart trembled. This voice seemed to ring in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around but did not see anyone. Moreover, Lu Ming could not sense any aura at all. Uncle Huang, it's me, Mulan. I need your help with something today. Mulan said in a sweet voice as her beautiful eyes looked around. So it's little Lan. All right, I admit defeat. Tell me, what's the matter? The old voice sounded again. Uncle Huang, I'm looking for you today to help me forge a 6th level spiritual weapon spear. Mulan said. A level 6 spiritual spear. The little girl really dared to ask. Was she helping the young man beside her refine it? All right, did you bring the crystals? Did you bring the materials? An old voice sounded. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in the air and said, I do have spiritual crystals, but I don't have the materials to forge a 6th level spiritual weapon. If you don't have the materials to forge a 6th level spiritual weapon, then fine. I'll exchange them all with spiritual crystals. I'll pay for the materials for you. It'll be a total of 5 million spiritual crystals of the highest quality. An old voice sounded. 5 million supreme spiritual crystals. Mulan's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Huang, 5 million spiritual crystals of the best quality is too expensive. On the market, a 6th level spiritual weapon is only worth a few 100,000 spiritual crystals of the best quality. Mulan said. Infinite black gold. Indeed, a 6th level spiritual weapon was many times more expensive than a 5th level spiritual weapon used by a king. However, it was a bit terrifying to say that it would cost 5 million supreme spiritual crystals to make one. It was simply an exorbitant price. Clang clang clang. At this moment, a clattering sound came from a pile of scrap metal. From the pile of scrap metal, an old man with messy hair crawled out. The old man's hair and beard were in a mess. It was unknown how long it had been since he last washed them, and they were covered in dirt. Lu Ming was stunned. The old man had been sleeping in the pile of scrap metal. Was this the level 6 master of inscription? Little girl, don't compare those scrap metals with the spiritual weapons that I've personally forged. Moreover, the 6th level spiritual weapons that you said were worth hundreds of thousands of supreme spiritual crystals are all of the lower or middle grade. What's the use of them? The ones that I've forged are definitely at the peak of the 6th level spiritual weapons, do you understand? As soon as the old man appeared, he ran to Mulan and shouted. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals is too expensive. Mulan said. Not to mention them, even ordinary peak-tier kings might not be able to take out 5 million supreme-tier spirit crystals. Even powerful beings of the spiritual ocean tier would feel pain. If you don't have spiritual crystals, then forget it. I don't make a losing deal. The old man waved his hand. As long as the quality of the spirit weapon is acceptable, spirit crystals aren't a problem. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Ah. Mulan looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Could it be that Lu Ming could even take out 5 million best-grade spirit crystals? The old man also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It'll be easy if you have spirit crystals. Tell me, what do you want from the spirit weapon spear? The old man asked. Every martial artist had different requirements for their spirit weapon according to the martial skill they cultivated. Some people liked nimble things, while others liked heavy things. Hardness. First of all, whether it's the spear body or the spear tip, it must be absolutely tough and able to withstand an intense explosion. Also, while the spear shaft is hard, it must also be flexible and flexible. The heavier it is, the better. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and replied. Little fellow, you have quite a lot of requests. The old man grinned, then fell into deep thought. After a long while, the old man said, there aren't many people who use spears. I don't have many materials suitable for making spears either. And, I do have a piece of indestructible steel that is suitable for making the spear tip. But the spear body? I do have some common materials, but I don't have anything that can meet your requirements. The old man frowned and muttered. Little guy, think about it. Since you use a spear, you should have collected some materials. Think about it, do you have any materials suitable for making a spear? If you have them, I'll take fewer spirit crystals. The old man said. Me? Lu Ming was also racking his brains, but he did not have any suitable candidates. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He moved his hand and a broken spear appeared. This broken spear was only half of its original size. The other half of the spear's tail was missing. It was the broken spear that had spurted out of the Heaven's Gate. This broken spear did not have any spirituality at all. However, its material was indeed very hard. Lu Ming did not know what material it was made of. Perhaps it could be of use. Senior, take a look at this broken spear. Buzz. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, a figure flashed. The broken spear in his hand had disappeared and appeared in the hands of the old man. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He did not even see how the elder had attacked. The old man's eyes were now fixed on the broken spear. His originally cloudy eyes were now as bright as two light bulbs, extremely hot. The old man's hands gently caressed the spear handle. As his palms streaked across, strange runes appeared on the spear handle. This is a refining technique from the ancient times. There are inscriptions from the ancient times in it. It's a priceless treasure, a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed wildly. Lu Ming and Mulan looked at each other. It was just a broken spear. What value did it have? Why did the old man say it was a priceless treasure? Little guy, where did you get this broken spear? The old man asked. I obtained it by chance in an ancient battlefield. Lu Ming told a lie. This broken spear has a long history. Although it has lost its spirituality and only half of it is left, it is a priceless treasure in my hands. The old man laughed. The old man explained when he saw Lu Ming and Mulan's puzzled expressions. The inscriptions on this spear are long-lost ancient inscriptions. They will be of great use to me. After I study them, I might be able to improve my weapon refining skills. Just this point alone makes it a priceless treasure. Little guy, give this spear to this old man. This old man will use all my strength to help you refine a spear for free. How about it? The old man looked at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming agreed readily. Anyway, the long spear was of no use to him. If he gave it to the elder, he could save 5 million best-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was more than willing to give it away. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the old man was very happy. He smiled and said, Little guy, I won't let you suffer any losses. This half of the long spear contains a rare and strange metal called the infinite black gold. If you use this metal to forge a spirit weapon, it will give it endless potential. In the future, as long as you continue to condense and melt other metals into it, this spirit weapon will be able to continuously evolve and upgrade. What? It can continuously evolve and upgrade? Lu Ming and Mulan were dumbfounded and shocked. To think that there was such a magical metal. Lu Ming's eyes were shining and burning. That's right. In ancient times, there was a lot of infinite black gold, but now, the amount is getting smaller and smaller. It's a great fortune for you to be able to obtain some. After this old man studies the inscriptions on it, I'll melt this infinite black gold into your spirit weapon spear. The old man said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you. However, with such good materials, the other materials can't be bad, or it would be a waste. Now, the key is the material for the spear body. The old man frowned. After a while, the old man's eyes brightened. I've got it. 1,000 refined blood gold is the most suitable for the spear handle. 1,000 refined blood gold? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The 1,000 refined blood gold is made from an extremely precious metal that has been refined thousands of times. Each time, it needs to be mixed with the blood essence of a demon beast. Only after 1,000 times can it be forged. However, I don't have the 1,000 refined blood gold with me, so I'll need you to make a trip here. The old man said. I wonder where I can obtain this 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming asked. The secret in the heavenly star sword. In the Tianxian region, only the weapon forging sect in the north has it. It just so happens that I've done the sect master a favor. You just have to go to the weapon forging sect and tell him that I asked you to go. The sect master will definitely give you a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. The old man explained. Oh. You're in the weapon forging sect? Mulan nodded. Alright, I'll make a trip there. Lu Ming nodded. Little guy, take this small tower. It's this old man's token. This old man's name is Yellow Tower. You can just call me Old Huang in the future. The old man took out a small tower the size of a fist and threw it to Lu Ming. Yes, Elder Huang. After Lu Ming kept it, his eyes flickered and he said, Elder Huang, there's one more thing I need your help with. What is it? Speak, as long as this old man can do it, I will definitely help. Elder Huang laughed. He was in a good mood after getting the broken spear. In his eyes, Lu Ming was extremely cute. A long sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This long sword was very ordinary. It was only a second-level spirit weapon. It was the Sky Star sword that his father had left him. Lu Yuntian had said that the Heavenly Star sword contained the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. However, there were inscriptions on the Heavenly Star sword. If the Heavenly Star sword was broken by force, the secret within would also disappear. He needed to unlock the inscription before he could open the Star sword. In the past, Lu Ming had never looked for an inscription master to open the Heavenly Star sword, mainly because he felt that his cultivation level was too weak. The Martial Emperor's treasure was a treasure left behind by a Martial Emperor. Without his cultivation level, even if the Martial Emperor's treasure was placed in front of him, he would not be able to obtain it. With his previous cultivation, if he really entered the Martial Emperor's treasure, he would probably be killed by any danger. Lu Ming's mind was very clear. He would not be so hot-headed as to search for the Martial Emperor's treasure the moment he heard about it. But now, he had an idea. Even if he didn't go now, he would first take a look at the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure and its rough location so that he could be prepared. Elder Huang, there is something hidden in this sword, but the sword is protected by inscriptions. I would like to ask Elder Huang to remove the inscriptions on the sword. Lu Ming said. Oh, that's easy. Elder Huang took the Heavenly Star sword and looked at it. This is just a low-level inscription, easy. Then, Elder Huang's palms glowed, and inscriptions glowed on his palms. He brushed them across the Heavenly Star sword, and the inscriptions on the sword appeared and then collapsed. Alright, the inscription has been broken, take it. Elder Huang returned the Heavenly Star sword to Lu Ming. As for what was hidden in the Heavenly Star sword, Old Huang had no interest in knowing at all. Lu Ming took the star sword and was secretly amazed. The means of a level 6 alchemist were truly mysterious and unpredictable. Elder Huang, I would like to buy a level 5 spear. Do you have it? Currently, Lu Ming did not have any spears that were of great use. Before the level 6 spear was refined, he could only purchase a level 5 spear. I do have a few level 5 ones. A dark purple spear appeared in Elder Huang's hand. This wind lightning spear is the highest grade among the 5th level spiritual weapons. Take it, it's my gift to you. Elder Huang threw the long spear to Lu Ming. Wind lightning spear. Lu Ming took it and shook it slightly. Buzz! The spear trembled, causing the space to tremble slightly. Not bad. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This wind lightning spear was much better than the demon subduing spear. It was enough for the time being. Lu Ming kept it and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go and get the 1,000 refined blood gold as soon as possible. I'll help you forge a spear as soon as possible. Old Huang waved his hand as he stared at the broken spear. Lu Ming and Mulan left Elder Huang's stone house. Lu Ming, the weapon forging sect is extremely far away from Tianxian City. It's in the north of Tianxian region. I heard that the battle between the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect is the most intense there. You must be careful when you go. Mulan warned, feeling a little worried. Don't worry, senior sister Mulan. I'm only going to get the 1,000 refined blood gold. I won't be joining the battle. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, when do you plan to leave? Mulan asked. Half a month later. Lu Ming said. Since Elder Huang wanted to study the inscriptions on the broken spear, he would not be able to extract the infinite black gold so quickly to help him refine the spear. Lu Ming had the wind lightning spear now and was not in a hurry. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in Tianxian City for a period of time and refine all the remaining fire-type ultimacy crystals before he set off for the weapon forging sect. Well, that's good. Mulan nodded. The two of them chatted as they walked. After a while, Mulan and Lu Ming bade farewell and went back first. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard alone. The first thing he did when he returned was to take out the star sword. Powerful essential core surged into the surface of the star sword. Lu Ming could sense that the center of the star sword was hollow and not solid. Buzz! His true essence shook violently. Now that Lu Ming's essential core was so powerful, the star sword could not withstand it at all. It cracked and shattered into pieces with a bang. Something was exposed from the star sword. This is... Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the item inside the star sword. He was shocked. The thing inside the heavenly star sword was actually a jade sword. It was very small, about the length of a finger, and crystal clear. Most importantly, Lu Ming had seen such a jade sword before. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, in the ruins of the Dongyi tribe, Xian Yanqing had once obtained a jade sword that was exactly the same as the one in front of her. At that time, Lu Ming had offered to exchange it with her with a king's storage ring, but Xian Yanqing had disagreed. The jade sword that Xian Yanqing obtained was exactly the same as the one in front of him. What was the relationship between the two jade swords? Could it be that Xian Yanqing's sword was also related to the martial emperor's treasure? Lu Ming frowned and kept thinking in his mind. How do I use this jade sword? Lu Ming held it in his hand and played with it for a while. Then, he carefully injected his essential core into the jade sword. Buzz! The jade sword trembled slightly. Then, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the sword. The inscriptions glowed and a painting appeared in the air. To be more precise, it was a map with many routes marked on it. On the side of the map, there was a line of words. Lu Ming took a look and came to a realization. It was indeed a map, and the jade sword was the key to the martial emperor's treasure. The key was that there were 9 keys to the martial emperor's treasure. The martial emperor's treasure could only be opened after all 9 swords were collected. 9? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that Xian Yanqing's key is most likely the key to the martial emperor's treasure. But where are the other keys? Had it already fallen into someone else's hands? How can we gather? Lu Ming kept thinking. If he wanted to go to the martial emperor's treasure, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Forget it. With my current cultivation, it'll be dangerous for me to enter the martial emperor's treasure. I'd better wait and see. Right now, cultivation is the most important thing. At the thought of this, Lu Ming carefully put away the jade sword and adjusted his state of mind. Then, he began to cultivate diligently. And NBSP, he continued to use fire intent crystals to comprehend fire intent. Lu Ming's concept of fire had advanced by leaps and bounds. A new drawback. Half a month later, the remaining fire-type esoteric crystals had all been refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's concept of fire had reached the peak of level 1 lower tier in one go. The next step would be level 1 upper tier. The fire concept is at the peak of lower level 1 cultivation realm. Does that mean I can raise my cultivation to the peak of level 6 martial king realm now? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled and he was full of anticipation. If his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial king realm, Lu Ming was absolutely confident that he could fight against a king of the upper tier. Even a king of the upper tier of the 7th level of the martial king realm would not be his match. At the thought of this, Lu Ming immediately took out a large number of top-grade spirit crystals. He planned to increase his cultivation level first before going to the weapon forging sect. Bang! 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 A total of 50,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals exploded. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and devoured all the energy of the 50,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Then, he began to refine it crazily. However, an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. His eyes were full of doubts. What's going on? Why is it that 90% of the energy in the spirit crystal has dissipated and can't be absorbed? Why is it that the improvement of cultivation level is extremely slow? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. When he was cultivating just now, he realized that most of the energy converted from the spiritual crystals could not be absorbed and converted into vital essence. Instead, it overflowed from his body and dissipated. Most of the 50,000 spiritual crystals had been wasted. Lu Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Mentality, wind mentality. When I was training just now, the fire and thunder mentality were too strong, while the wind mentality was too weak. It formed a huge gap, which led to the loss of energy. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind and finally came to this conclusion. But in the past, my thunder concept was the only outstanding one. The other two concepts didn't condense any concept runes, and I didn't have this situation. What's going on? Could it be that the other two intents didn't form intent runes at that time, so there was no problem? But once they both formed intent runes, this situation occurred? Yes, that must be it. At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. The disadvantages of cultivating many different intents were finally starting to show. When all of the intents condensed into intent runes, all of the intents had to be maintained at a rough balance in order to increase cultivation. If multiple intents lost their balance, it would be very difficult to increase cultivation. Right now, the fire concept was much stronger than the wind concept. It had exceeded a certain level. It was no wonder that others said that cultivating several concepts at the same time would become more difficult in the later stages. This didn't just mean that there would be a huge resistance when forming intent runes. That was only one of the reasons. And when many wills were condensed into will runes, an even greater disadvantage appeared. He had to cultivate many different intents at the same time to maintain balance in order to raise his cultivation. If you give up on other domains and only cultivate one domain after you form all the domain runes, then no matter how high your domain is, it will be very difficult for your cultivation level to increase. If someone wanted to improve one intent first, then improve their cultivation, and then go back to improve the other intent, it would not work. This was equivalent to stepping on a road of no return. Once you set foot on it, you would have to walk to the end. However, a person's energy was extremely limited, and so was his lifespan. He had to maintain multiple intents at the same time in order to raise his cultivation. This speed was too slow. In history, there were people who cultivated many intents at the same time, but in the end, because they had to comprehend every intent, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. In the end, their lifespans ran out, and they died. Some people were also peerless geniuses. If they cultivated only one intent realm, their achievements would be limitless. However, in the end, they were too ambitious and died on this path. There were too few people who could walk this path, and they were all rare geniuses. Next, if I had known, I wouldn't have cultivated the concept of fire to such a high level. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, Lu Ming was not too worried. He had the path understanding ancient tree. Even if he cultivated 3 concepts at the same time, he would be faster than others. Moreover, as long as the path understanding ancient tree grew, the speed of his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth would be even faster. Forget it. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the wind mentality. I wanted to put the wind mentality aside, but it seems that I can't. I'd better head to the weapon forging sect first. I'll cultivate as I travel. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming left Tianxian City, rose into the air, and flew north. The weapon forging sect was located in the north of the Tianxian region, at the intersection of the central and northern parts of the Tianxian region. It was extremely far from Tianxian City. Now, the northern part of the palace had long been occupied by the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the vast territory was completely under the control of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Right now, the region where the weapon forging sect was located was at the forefront of the battle between the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. It was extremely chaotic there. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Not long after he left Tianxian City, he rushed into a huge mountain and captured a storm eagle at the half-step king realm. He sat cross-legged on the storm eagle and headed towards the weapon forging sect. The speed of the gale eagle was extremely fast. A gale eagle of the half-step king realm was not any slower than some of the martial kings. It also had excellent endurance. Lu Ming could use it to travel while cultivating and comprehending the intent of wind at the same time. Lu Ming took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it by his side. He then took out a wind ultimacy crystal. He had a total of 40 wind intent crystals on him, all of which he had won from the bet with the Shin clan. He crushed the esoteric crystal and started to comprehend the concept of wind. Just like that, Lu Ming hurried on his journey and cultivated at the same time. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month's time, he'd refined all 40 wind attribute intent crystals, and his wind intent had also made a breakthrough. He was only one step away from the initial stage of level 1. At this moment, Lu Ming had also arrived at the territory near the weapon forging sect. This territory was in the middle of the war between the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. The weapon forging sect was also a subsidiary force of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Naturally, they would stand on the side of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and oppose the Heavenly Corpse sect. Go! Lu Ming patted the gale eagle that he had been riding for a month. Then, he moved and flew forward alone. At this point, the gale eagle was no longer of any use. Who? Lu Ming had not flown for long when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. 2 huge coffins stopped in front of him. They were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee, I'm in luck today. I just came out for a walk and met a little brat. He seems to have a good cultivation level. I can take him back and use him as a new corpse refining target. A dry laugh came from the coffin. This one should be mine today. The next one should be yours. An unpleasant voice came from the other coffin. All right, I'll let you have it. Let's finish this quickly and get rid of this little brat. Then, we'll go elsewhere to see if there's any prey. The voice from the coffin came out again. The prey you're talking about, is it me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense. Who else could it be if not you? Little brat, don't even think about escaping. You can't escape from the two of us. The shriveled voice from before sounded again. Making a move. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered coldly. Then, he condensed a long spear with his vital essence. The long spear expanded rapidly and became 1,000 meters long. He whipped it at the two coffins. Its power was extremely shocking. Ah! Not good. This is a lower tier king tier. How is that possible? Two panicked screams came from the coffin. At the same time, the coffin flew backward, trying to escape. But, how could he escape? Boom! The huge spear radiance hit the two coffins directly. The coffins exploded and 6 figures emerged from them. 2 old corpse guards and 4 refined corpses. The 2 corpse guards and the 4 refined corpses were both at the level 3 Martial King realm. However, they could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming's spear. And NBSP, the spear light enveloped them and suppressed them. The 2 corpse guards cried out in pain as they were torn to pieces along with the 4 refined corpses. With a roll of his Jin Yuan, he kept the 2 storage rings. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After about a few hundred miles, a series of rumbling sounds came from ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he walked in the direction of the sound. 10 miles away, 2 parties were fighting. On one side, it was obvious that they were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. On the other side, there were 6 people. It was a young woman in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower and delicate and pleasant. There were 2 young men and 3 middle-aged men. But now, the 6 of them were completely at a disadvantage and were surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had a total of 8 corpse guards, but they had 17 refined corpses, whose strength was far above those 6 people. Lu Ming quietly appeared not far away. He hid in a remote place and looked ahead. The strongest corpse guards are 2 in the middle stage of the level 4 Martial King realm. Lu Ming could tell the cultivation of everyone at a glance. On the side of the Heavenly Corpse sect, there were 2 king tiers of lower tier level 4 Martial King realm who were controlling 4 refined corpses. The other corpse guards were at the 3rd and 2nd level of the Martial King realm. Among the 6 men, only 1 middle-aged man was at the peak of level 4 Martial King realm, while the other 2 were only at level 3 Martial King realm. As for the 2 young men and the young woman, they were both at level 2 Martial King realm. They had relied entirely on the middle-aged man at the peak of level 4 Martial King realm to barely resist the attacks from all sides. However, he would not be able to hold on for long. Kaka, that girl is not bad. She's pink and tender. I'll catch her and play with her. Then, I'll refine her into a refined corpse and bring her with me every day. It's also a great pleasure in life. Kaka. An old corpse guard with dry skin let out an ear-piercing laugh. He was one of the 2 corpse guards at the middle level 4 Martial King realm. Old ghost, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit. The young woman called out with a pale face. You'd rather die than submit? When you die, I'll refine you into a refined corpse, hee hee. The old corpse guard laughed strangely. The young woman's face turned even paler. She gritted her teeth and runes appeared on her jade-like palms. With a wave of her hand, 3 combat swords danced around her and then slashed at the old corpse guard. However, it was easily blocked by a refined corpse. What an amazing attack! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity. He realized that the 6 of them had a very special way of attacking. Just like that woman, inscriptions flickered on her palms, and she actually controlled several spirit weapons at the same time to attack her opponent. Furthermore, the power that each spirit weapon unleashed was extremely powerful. The martial artists that Lu Ming had seen in the past would usually use a spirit weapon in order to unleash the strongest power of some martial arts techniques. For example, Lu Ming could unleash the strongest power of the spear technique when he used a long spear. On the other hand, he could unleash the strongest power of the sword technique when he used a combat sword. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen someone controlling several spirit weapons to attack at the same time. However, even though the 6 of them had profound methods of controlling spirit weapons, the disparity in strength was too great, and they were not their match at all. Not long after, the 2 Level 3 Martial King Realm middle-aged men were injured and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. "Big brother, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. We'll block them from here," one of the burly men shouted at the peak Level 4 Martial King Realm. "That's right, nothing must happen to the young lady," the other man also shouted. "No, we'll leave together," the young woman shouted. "Kaka, you want to leave? Today, none of you will be leaving," the old corpse guard sneered. "Big brother, hurry up. Take the young lady and rush out to get help," one of the burly men continued to roar. "All right." The Level 4 Martial King Realm burly man gritted his teeth and rushed madly in one direction, shouting, "Miss, follow me and rush out." "You want to rush out? In your dreams. Deal with that guy with all your strength." The old corpse guard sneered and controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the big man fearlessly. At the same time, the other Level 4 Martial King Realm corpse guard also controlled the refined corpse to pounce on the burly man. The burly man controlled 4 blades at the same time and slashed wildly, but it was useless. They were blocked. "Damn it!" he roared in despair. "Kaka, don't even think about running away. Little beauty, be good and serve this old man. If you serve this old man well, this old man might show mercy and not refine you into a refined corpse." The old corpse guard sneered. "Old man, go to hell." The young woman was in despair. She gritted her teeth and attacked the old corpse guard, but she was easily blocked by a Level 3 Martial King refined corpse. The Heavenly Corpse Sex corpse guards didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them, and were toying with the young woman and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. "Oh, I see." Lu Ming looked to the east and west, a cold smile on his face. He discovered that there were auras hidden in the east and west. Although the auras were restrained to a very weak extent, Lu Ming could still sense them. And that aura was the aura of the Sky Corpse Sex corpse guards. They are trying to attract the young woman's reinforcements and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. However, the highest level among them is only at Level 5 Martial King Realm. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stopped hiding and strode out. "Who is it?" As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the Heavenly Corpse Sex corpse guard noticed him and shouted. "Of course it's the people who are here to kill you." Lu Ming sneered. "Kaka, little brat, just you alone? You're looking for death." The old corpse guard laughed strangely. At this time, the young woman and the rest looked at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was alone and that he was so young, they were immediately disappointed. "Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us," the young woman cried out. Lu Ming was alone. If he did not leave now, he would also be killed. "Beauty, it's fine. I'll leave after I kill these monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect." Lu Ming flashed a bright smile at the young woman. The young woman and the others were a little stunned. "Kill all of them. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. Kill him." The old corpse guard waved his hand. Immediately, a Level 3 Martial King Realm corpse guard controlled a Level 3 Martial King Realm refined corpse and charged toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the corpse guard, sending it flying at least 1,000 meters away. It crashed into a cliff and almost shattered it. The corpse guard lay there, motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. A level 3 Martial King Realm refined corpse had been crippled by Lu Ming's kick. Was it still a refined corpse with copper skin and iron bones? When did he become so weak? Level 4 Martial King Realm. You're at level 4 Martial King Realm. That old corpse guard called out. They were shocked to see that he had reached level 4 Martial King Realm at such a young age. The eyes of the young woman and the others also lit up. With the addition of a level 4 Martial King Realm lower tier, they might have a chance to escape. Little brother, come and help me. Let's rush out together. The peak level 4 Martial King Realm man shouted. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear it. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you rushing out? It'll be fine after we kill them." With that, Lu Ming walked towards the old corpse guard step by step. Little brat, so what if you're a level 4 Martial King? You want to kill me? In your dreams. The old corpse guard roared and immediately controlled a level 4 Martial King Realm corpse guard to kill Lu Ming. 5 to 6 pitch-black iron chains shot towards Lu Ming. A faint smile hung on Lu Ming's lips. He stretched out his hand and grabbed all 5 to 6 iron chains. Then, he activated the thunder concept and his arm shook. The power of the thunderbolt followed the iron chain and headed toward the level 4 Martial King Realm refined corpse. Bang! The refined corpse was turned into charcoal by the power of lightning. You! This time, the old corpse guard's expression changed. His originally shriveled and pale face turned ashen, and his eyes flashed with horror. How was it possible for him to defeat a level 4 Martial King Realm refined corpse so easily? This young man's combat strength was too strong. The eyes of the young woman and the others lit up. Perhaps, they would be saved today. You're the Ditien Divine Guard, you're the genius of the Ditien Divine Guard. The old corpse guard shouted. To have such cultivation and battle prowess at such a young age, he could only be a top genius among the Ditien Divine Guards. You're right. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He, it's worth it to be able to kill a genius of the Ditien Divine Guard today. Do it. The old corpse guard sneered and suddenly roared. His voice spread far and wide. Who? In the next moment, from the east and west, there was a loud sound as coffins flew over. There were more than 20 coffins on each side, and there were more than 50 coffins in total. Ambush, there's an ambush. At this moment, the young woman's group of 6 faces were as pale as paper and filled with despair. Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us. The young woman shouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This young woman was kind. However, this was within Lu Ming's expectations. More than 50 corpse guards. And, it's a good thing I still have quite a few soul sealing crystals on me. After I seal the soul and bring it back, those will all be rewards. Lu Ming thought to himself. Sealing the souls of the heavenly corpse sex corpse guards and obtaining rewards wasn't limited to the scaled demon plane. It was the same in other places. As long as one killed a corpse guard, sealed its soul, and took it back, there would be a reward. Young hero, let's go. Seeing that Lu Ming was standing still, the young woman became anxious. It's too late to leave now. The old corpse guard sneered, and NBSP, hoo. The coffins from 2 different directions flew over everyone's heads. They formed a dark mass and blocked the sunlight from the sky. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming stomped on the ground and his figure soared into the sky. He's trying to escape, stop him. The old corpse guard shouted. A few iron chains flew out from one of the coffins and wrapped around Lu Ming. He waved his hand and sent them flying. Lu Ming then rushed into the sky. Escape? Who's escaping? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. The next moment, Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step forward. After taking one step, he took another step. Boom! 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 Lu Ming took 3 consecutive steps. 9 dragons heaven-trampling steps, 3 steps in a row. Boom! The entire world seemed to be about to explode as a terrifying power surged towards the coffins. Bang! 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 More than 50 coffins exploded as if they were made of paper. One figure after another emerged from the coffins. Some corpse guards with weaker cultivation had their bodies directly explode and died on the spot. Some of the corpse guards with stronger cultivation also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming's long spear shook as the 3 concepts converged. At least a few hundred spear gleams shot out and turned into a few hundred 3-colored true dragons that pounced at the corpse guards. Screams rang out continuously, regardless of whether they were at the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th or 5th level Martial King realm. The 3-colored true dragon tore his body apart, and his body fell to the ground like rain. For a moment, only some of the stronger refined corpses stood in the sky, unmoving like wood. More than 50 corpse guards were all killed in an instant. Below, everyone was stunned. They stopped fighting and stared at the sky with all their might. They were completely petrified. Heavens, more than 50 corpse guards, including more than a dozen Level 4 and Level 5 Martial King corpse guards, were all killed in an instant. Not a single one escaped. What kind of combat strength was this? Could it be a late-stage king tier? But, such a young late-stage king tier. How many were there in the Tianxian region? Everyone felt that their minds were a little confused. Monster, monster, run, run. After a while, the old corpse guard reacted and screamed in fear, frantically escaping to the side. But dash! Whoosh! A ray of spear light descended from the sky and nailed him to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately after, spears descended and nailed the other corpse guards to the ground, leaving no one alive. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 50 soul-sealing crystals flew out, sealing the souls of all the corpse guards and putting them away. There are only these soul-sealing crystals left. If we kill more corpse guards, we won't have any more soul-sealing crystals. Lu Ming sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have bought more soul-sealing crystals and brought them with him. After keeping it, Lu Ming moved and appeared beside the young woman and the rest. Greetings, Lord Divine Guard. Other than the lady, the rest of them quickly saluted Lu Ming. Such a young and powerful Detian Divine Guard must have an extraordinary status in the Detian Divine Palace. Thus, they were naturally very respectful. There's no need to be so polite, everyone. I just happened to pass by. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Detian Divine Guards are mortal enemies. Since I've seen them, I naturally won't let them off. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lord Divine Guard, you're so powerful. Your name is Xian Xiang, I wonder what's the name of Lord Divine Guard. The young woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Ming. It was the first time she had seen such a young and powerful genius. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said with a smile. Weapon Forging Sect, Profound Fragrance. Lord Lu Ming, you're really amazing. The geniuses of our weapon forging sect are so much weaker than you. Xian Xiang's eyes were burning as she looked at Lu Ming. Cough cough. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed from being stared at. He coughed a few times and then came to his senses. You're from the weapon forging sect. That's right, my father is the sect master of the weapon forging sect. Xian Xiang did not have any ulterior motives and said it directly. She stared at Lu Ming with a very curious gaze. Ahem, miss, please pay attention to your manners. The burly man on the side reminded. Notice what? Lord Lu Ming is one of us. Xian Xiang laughed. Lu Ming also smiled. This Xian Xiang was obviously a young lady without any experience and no scheming. Miss Xuanxiang, everyone, I'm not happy with what you're saying. I'm also heading to the weapon forging sect to look for your sect master. Lu Ming said. You're going to the weapon forging sect to look for my father? That's just right, let's go together. Xian Xiang's eyes brightened as she said with great joy. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The others were overjoyed as well. With such a powerful existence like Lu Ming with them, they would not have to fear the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. After that, the group of people set off together and headed north. Lord Lu Ming, you're really amazing. You're so young and you're already so powerful. How did you cultivate? Lord Lu Ming, you're so powerful. What's your ranking among the Ditian Divine Guards? How many more formidable geniuses like you are in the Ditian Divine Guard? Lu Ming, do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to someone? I'll just introduce myself. Hee, I'm just joking. Lord Lu Ming, I've heard that Saint Xingqian is the #1 genius in the Tianxian region and a proud son of heaven on the list of top 1,000 talents. How does Lord Lu Ming compare to Saint Xingqian? Has Lord Lu Ming seen him before? Along the way, Xian Xiang followed Lu Ming and asked him questions non-stop. Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly. He cast a pleading look at the others at the side. However, they all showed an expression of helplessly wanting to help, turning their heads and pretending not to see. Lu Ming felt a huge headache. After flying for a few hundred miles, Xian Xiang had asked at least a few dozen questions. At this moment, Lu Ming's reinforcements arrived. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! In front of them, there were more than 50 people flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Each of them had a strong qi, and they were obviously experts. The leader of the group was a young man in a white robe. It's Xian Zhong. A burly man on the side said. Soon, more than 50 people arrived. Xiang, are you alright? As soon as the young man in the lead arrived, he looked at Xian Xiang with concern and asked. It'd be a wonder if we're fine. If we were relying on you guys, we would have been dead long ago. You're so late. Xian Xiang's lips curled up and she snorted. You guys ran into the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Xian Zhong's expression changed. Nonsense. Of course we met. If it wasn't for Lord Lu Ming, you wouldn't have been able to see me. Let me introduce you. This is Lord Lu Ming, the Ditian Divine Guard. Lord Lu Ming is a peerless genius. Those corpse guards were killed by Lord Lu Ming in a few moves. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful genius. Xian Xiang stood beside Lu Ming and introduced him to everyone with a look of admiration. However, he didn't see the cold glint in Xian Zhong's eyes. Ditian Divine Guards? Don't be deceived by him. Perhaps he's the Heavenly Corpse sect's member who's intentionally trying to get close to you. You also know that the Heavenly Corpse sect's members have been appearing more and more frequently around the weapon forging sect recently. Xian Zhong cast an unfriendly glance at Lu Ming and said coldly. You're talking nonsense. Lord Lu Ming is so powerful, so he must be a genius among the Ditian Divine Guards. Moreover, he killed so many corpse guards in a few moves. If he's from the Heavenly Corpse sect, why would he kill so many corpse guards? Moreover, those disgusting guys from the Heavenly Corpse sect are all so ugly. How can they be as good-looking as Lord Lu Ming? Xian Xiang retorted loudly. At the side, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Profound Fragrance was really innocent and simple-minded. It was obvious that Xian Zhong was interested in Xian Xiang. However, Xian Xiang still praised Lu Ming. This made Xian Zhong even more unhappy. As expected, Xian Zhong's face turned even gloomier. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, right? Now that I've arrived, we'll be returning to the weapon forging sect. Please leave. In other words, he wanted Lu Ming to leave. Hey, Xian Zhong, how can you be like this? Lord Lu Ming saved my life before. Moreover, he has something to do at the weapon forging sect to see my father. He'll be coming back with us. Xian Xiang's small face immediately sank, and she said somewhat unhappily. He's also going to the weapon forging sect. No, what if this person has any evil intentions? Xianzhong said with a gloomy expression. This is my divine guard token, do you want to take a look? Before Xianzhong could finish his sentence, Lu Ming interrupted him and took out the divine guard token. Lu Ming had gone to the weapon forging sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on Xianzhong. Seeing Lu Ming take out the divine guard token, Xianzhong's face turned even gloomier. The weapon forging sect was a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Since Lu Ming was really an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, Xianzhong had no reason not to let Lu Ming join the weapon forging sect. I told you that Lord Lu Ming is a genius among the Ditian Divine Guards, but someone didn't believe me. Xianxiang coldly snorted. This made Xianzhong's face even uglier. Go. Let's go back to the weapon forging sect. Xianzhong waved his hand and left with his men. The group continued to head north. On the way, Xianxiang followed Lu Ming and chatted with him. From Xianxiang, Lu Ming learned that Xianzhong was the only son of the weapon forging sect's great elder. He was also the #1 genius among the younger generation of the weapon forging sect. At the age of 28, he had already reached the lower tier of the Lever 4 Martial King realm. Lu Ming nodded. Even in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, where geniuses were as common as clouds, such talent would be considered superior. Lu Ming could also tell that Xianxiang had some feelings for Xianzhong. Of course, Lu Ming did not think that Xianxiang liked him. Xianxiang was just a simple-minded girl who idolized the strong. It was her first time seeing a genius like Lu Ming. Naturally, she idolized him and was very curious. However, this was not love. At the front, Xianzhong's face turned even gloomier when he saw Xianxiang and Lu Ming chatting so happily. Killing intent kept flashing in his eyes. They chatted as they traveled. Not long after, they had flown 10,000 miles. In front of him, a huge and majestic mountain appeared. This was the weapon forging sect. Following profound fragrance, they entered the weapon forging sect and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Miss Xianxiang, young Master Xianzhong, you're back. The sect master and the elders just happened to be discussing matters in the meeting hall. I'll go and inform them. A white-haired old man appeared in front of them and said. All right. Grandpa Zhang, please tell my father that this Ditian Divine Guard, Lu Ming, of the Ditian Divine Palace, has something to see him about. Xianxiang nodded. Oh, okay. The white-haired old man nodded and went to the meeting hall. The conflict caused by the 1,000 refined blood gold. Not long after, the white-haired old man returned. Miss Xuanxiang, the sect master wants you to go in. The old man said. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxiang, and Xianzhong followed the old man into the room. As for the others, they all dispersed. Following the old man, they passed through a few checkpoints and arrived at a large hall. 8 people were sitting in the hall. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with a square face and an extremely burly figure. Father. The moment Xianxiang entered, she called out with a smile. This burly man was the sect master of the weapon forging sect, Xianlong. I heard that you were ambushed by the corpse guards of the Sky Corpse sect. Are you all right? You little girl, I told you not to run around, but you didn't listen. Xianlong got up from his seat and walked down. He carefully sized up Xianxiang and scolded with a smile. Obviously, Xianlong had already received the news that Xianxiang and the others had encountered the corpse guards. Father, your daughter's luck is as good as the heavens, and I will naturally have the help of a noble. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming, a peerless genius among the Ditian Divine Guards. Those corpse guards are completely powerless against Lord Lu Ming. Any lower-tier king tier is completely useless. Xianxiang pulled Xianlong's arm and said with a smile. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and introduced him. Qianlong and the rest laughed. They were not too concerned about how powerful Lu Ming was. Lu Ming looked to be around 20 years old. Even if he was a genius among the Ditian divine guards, how strong could his cultivation and combat strength be? It was already amazing to be able to reach level 4 martial king realm. To them, profound fragrance was simple and didn't go out often. They were just a little excited to suddenly see a pretty good genius. However, Lu Ming was the Ditian divine guard after all. Some rules could not be ignored. Lu Ming, thank you for saving me this time. Qianlong cupped his fists. You're too kind, Grandmaster Xian. It's just a small matter. Lu Ming replied with a bow. I heard that little brother is looking for me. I wonder what is it? Qianlong said. Grandmaster Xian, it's like this, Elder Huang asked me to come. Lu Ming did not beat around the bush. He took out the small pagoda that Elder Huang had given him. Elder Huang. This time, not only Qianlong, but the other people in the hall also had a slight change in their expressions. It's really old Huang. Qianlong sized up the pagoda, his face filled with respect. He could not help but think more highly of Lu Ming. From what he knew, the small tower was Elder Huang's token and he would not give it to others easily. However, he had given it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's status in Elder Huang's heart was not low. Back then, Elder Huang had done me a great favor, and even the weapon forging sect a great favor. It's a pity that it's been more than 20 years and Elder Huang has never visited the weapon forging sect. May I know why you've called little brother over this time? Qianlong's tone was much more polite as he asked. It's nothing big. Elder Huang wants to refine a spirit weapon and is lacking in materials. He asked me to come here to see if I can ask for a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold from the sect master. Lu Ming said. 1,000 refined blood gold. Qianlong and the others' faces changed again. 1,000 refined blood gold. You want the 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible, I can't give you the 1,000 refined blood gold. A voice was heard. It was Xian Zhong. At this moment, Xian Zhong's expression was unusually ugly. He looked at Lu Ming in an unfriendly manner and said, Kid, do you know how precious the 1,000 refined blood gold is? We don't even have enough for our own people. The entire weapon forging sect takes a few years to forge a single piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. Who do you think you are to ask for 1,000 refined blood gold the moment you arrive? No way. Xian Zhong, shut up. What's with your attitude? Why are you talking to little brother Lu like that? Qianlong shouted and glared at Xian Zhong. Sect master, I. Seeing Qianlong getting angry, Xian Zhong was shocked and kept silent. Little brother Lu was entrusted by Elder Huang to come here. What's a mere 1,000 refined blood gold worth? Little brother Lu, a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold is not a problem. Qianlong said. Sect master, there's only one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold left in the sect. You said that it was for me. How can you give it to him now? Xian Zhong shouted again. Not bad. At this moment, a man in his 50s with a long beard stood up and said, Sect master, since we agreed to leave it for Zhong, then it's his. We can't just give it to him because of old Huang's words. If old Huang wants it, that's fine. We'll forge another piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years, and I'll personally deliver it to old Huang. This long-bearded man was the great elder of the weapon forging sect and also Xian Zhong's father, Xian Yuan. Qianlong frowned and said, Elder Huang has not only helped me but also all of you. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. I haven't repaid this favor for many years. Since Elder Huang has asked for it, there must be an urgent need for it. I have no reason to refuse. I have made up my mind. This 1,000 refined blood gold will be given to Brother Lu. As for Xian Zhong, you can wait a few years. No, Sect Master, I'm not convinced. Xian Zhong shouted, who knows where this kid came from? Who knows if he was summoned by some old Huang? Even if he is, who does he think he is? What right does he have to take my 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible. I won't agree to this. Xianzhong, that piece of 1,000 refined blood gold is not yours yet. Previously, father only said that he wanted to give it to you, but it was only on purpose. At this moment, Xianxiang glared at Xianzhong. Xiangxiang, you. Even you are. Good, good, very good. Good, Xianzhong said. He then looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. Kid, I don't care who you are or who asked you to come. Treasures belong to the capable. If you want the 1,000 refined blood gold, fine, but let's see what you're capable of. I heard you're very strong. Come, fight me. If you can defeat me, I'll give you the 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He did not expect that asking for a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold would cause such a situation. It seemed that the 1,000 refined blood gold's value was beyond his imagination. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Brother Xian, there's no need for a competition. How about this? I'll buy this 1,000 refined blood gold with spiritual crystals. What do you think? Buy it with crystals? Alright, I'll sell it to you as long as you can give me 10 million top-quality spiritual crystals. Xianzhong said with a cold smile. Xianlong frowned. Lu Ming also frowned. Xianzhong. Xianxiang glared at Xianzhong. You're obviously making things difficult for me. How can a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold cost 10 million supreme-grade spirit crystals? Xianzhong gritted his teeth and looked away from Xianxiang. He looked at Lu Ming with contempt and said, What's wrong? Kid, you don't have any crystals, and you don't dare to fight? What genius of the Ditian Divine Guards? Bullshit, you can only deceive Xiangxiang, who is relatively innocent. Now, show your true form. In my opinion, that old Huang who called you here is also a fake. Lu Ming frowned. Seeing that Lu Ming did not say anything, Xianzhong became even more aggressive. Brat, if you kneel down and apologize now, then get lost, I'll forgive you for deceiving me this time. That's enough, Xianzhong. Little brother Lu has Elder Huang's token. It can't be fake. In the Tianxian region, no one can get Elder Huang's token if he doesn't want it. Xianlong scolded. A contest. Sect Master, in my opinion, the reason why Elder Huang called a young man here is to test him. Let the young people solve their own problems. We should not interfere. Xian Yuan said. All right. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and looked at Xianzhong, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. All right, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's have a battle outside. Seeing that Lu Ming had accepted the challenge, a cold glint flashed in Xianzhong's eyes. He strode outside. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Xianlong sighed and walked out of the hall with the other elders. This Xianzhong, humph, he's really detestable. Xianxiang coldly snorted. Outside the main hall was a wide square, just right for a battle. Lu Ming and Xianzhong stood opposite each other. Brother Xian, you and I will stop here, how about it? Lu Ming said. After all, he was the one who had come to the weapon forging sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. Therefore, Lu Ming still felt a little embarrassed. Stop. Hee, on the battlefield, weapons have no eyes. If you're afraid, then quickly admit defeat. Xianzhong's aura was overbearing. Lu Ming frowned again. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, Xianzhong's aura exploded. At the same time, runes appeared on his palm. With a wave of his hand, 5 spirit weapons appeared. These 5 spirit weapons were all different. There were 2 swords, a saber, a spear, and a dagger. Kill! Xianzhong hollered and pounced towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the 5 spirit weapons also rushed towards Lu Ming. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! The 5 spirit weapons flew in different directions and headed for Lu Ming's 5 vital points. His attacks were sharp and vicious. It didn't seem like a sparring session, but more like a battle on the battlefield. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. With a flash of his body, he dodged a few spirit weapons and appeared in another direction. You want to hide? In your dreams, die. Xian Zhong's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons continued to attack Lu Ming at lightning speed. The weapon forging sect's method of controlling weapons was truly amazing. Lu Ming cast his movement technique and wanted to avoid it. At this moment, Xian Zhong's face revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he shook his sleeves. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 sharp air-piercing sounds were heard. More than 10 sharp steel needles flew out from Xian Zhong's sleeves and pierced toward Lu Ming's eyes at an extreme speed. Xian Zhong, you're despicable! Xian Xiang shouted. Damn it! Xian Long also roared, but it was too late to save him. At this moment, Xian Long was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have given Lu Ming the 1,000 refined blood gold and asked him to return to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. If Lu Ming were to die in Xian Zhong's hands, he really did not know how to explain it to Elder Huang. You're pushing it. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Boom! Then, a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. A huge spear's gleam shot up from Lu Ming's body, stirring up the wind and clouds. The dozen or so steel needles exploded into powder the moment they touched the spear radiance. Boom! Lu Ming waved one hand and a huge spear ray swept toward Xian Zhong. Bang! Bang! The 5 spirit weapons were hit by the spear light and flew thousands of meters away. The huge spear light continued to attack Xian Zhong. This. Xian Zhong was completely stunned. In front of Lu Ming's terrifying aura, he was like a pitiful worm. Stop! The first elder, Xian Yuan, roared. However, would Lu Ming give a damn about him? Bang! The spear light hit Xian Zhong's body directly and sent him flying. He glided for 1,000 meters on the square and spurted out blood. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately shown mercy and only used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, Xian Zhong would have been blasted into smithereens. Zhong, Xian Yuan hurriedly rushed over to check on Xian Zhong's injuries. What powerful combat strength! He's only at the early stage of the Level 4 Martial King realm, but his combat strength should be equivalent to the late stage of the Level 5 Martial King realm, or even the peak of the Level 5 Martial King realm. Not bad. He's so young, yet he has such a cultivation and combat strength. As expected of a genius among the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. Xian Zhong's defeat was not unjustified. The elders of the weapon forging sect discussed animatedly as they marveled at the sight. Xian Zhong was also at the early stage of the Level 4 Martial King realm, but he could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. If they knew that Lu Ming had only used 10% of his strength, he wondered what kind of expressions they would have. I told you that Lord Lu Ming is a peerless genius. Xian Zhong just wouldn't listen. He's getting beaten up now. Xian Xiang snorted coldly and walked over to look at Xian Zhong with a stern face. Xian Zhong's injuries were not serious. He stood up and looked at Lu Ming in shock. However, a cold killing intent still flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he concealed it. Alright, since little brother Lu has won, that piece of 1,000 refined blood gold belongs to little brother Lu. Xian Long announced. He then looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, the 1,000 refined blood gold is still being nurtured in the demonic beast blood pool. You'll have to wait until tomorrow to take it out. Why don't you stay in the weapon forging sect for a night and I'll give you the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. It's fine. Thank you, Sect Master Xian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, Qianlong got someone to arrange a room for Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, I'll show you around. There are some fun places in the weapon forging sect. Xianxiang laughed. All right. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. The weapon forging sect was indeed a major weapon forging sect. There were places and secret rooms for weapon forging everywhere. Lu Ming followed Xianxiang and wandered around with great interest. As for Xianxiang, she was also very curious and kept asking questions. Since she was young, Xianxiang had always been active within tens of thousands of miles of the weapon forging sect. She had never gone far and was very curious about the outside world. Lu Ming had a good impression of Xianxiang. Although Xianxiang was a few years older than Lu Ming, she was like a naughty little sister in front of Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming would briefly explain what he could say. It was not until evening that Lu Ming parted with Xianxiang and returned to his residence. After that, he entered the Supreme Shrine and placed the Path Understanding Ancient Tree by his side. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the creation of wind. In the drawing room of the first elder of the weapon forging sect, 3 figures were seated. One of them was the great elder Xian Yuan, and the other was Xian Zhong. The last one was a burly man in his 30s. Father, I'll definitely take my revenge. I'll definitely kill that little bastard Lu Ming. Xian Zhong roared, his eyes filled with hatred. Don't worry, that little bastard. I don't care if he's old Huang's man or not, he must die. Xian Yuan's eyes were also cold. Father, when are we going to execute that plan? Xian Zhong asked. You finally thought it through. Are we going to execute that plan? Xian Yuan said. I couldn't bear to part with that bitch Xianxiang in the past. But now, that bitch has only seen that little bastard Lu Ming for a short time and she's already flirting with him all day long. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Xian Zhong shouted coldly. A vicious scheme. It's good that you've thought it through. How can you be hindered by love when you're doing great things? Xian Yuan nodded and continued, the Heavenly Corpse sect only used 300 years to expand to its current strength. It's extremely powerful. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse sect's strength surpasses the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The weapon forging sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace are bound together. They will be destroyed by the Heavenly Corpse sect sooner or later. How can we die with the weapon forging sect? Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect has taken a fancy to a treasure in the weapon forging sect. They're going to start taking action soon. At that time, we'll work with the Heavenly Corpse sect from the inside and defeat the weapon forging sect with one strike. We'll be the Heavenly Corpse sect's heroes. A few more days. But Lu Ming, that little bastard, will be leaving after he gets the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. Xian Zhong said. How about this? After Lu Ming leaves tomorrow, ask your senior brother to go with you. Kill Lu Ming on the way and take back the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xian Yuan said. Yes, master. The strong man in his 30s responded. Good. Senior brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King realm. With senior brother's help, it's more than enough to kill Lu Ming. Xian Zhong laughed. Immediately after, the few of them began to conspire again. The night passed quickly. The next day, Qianlong sent a messenger. Considering that Lu Ming had been back in Tianxian City for a long time and the 1,000 refined blood gold was not used for a long time, Qianlong and the rest planned to inscribe a layer of seal on the 1,000 refined blood gold to seal its spirituality so that it would not lose its spirituality over time. Therefore, it would take some time. It would probably be in the evening. Lu Ming nodded. He did not care and continued to wait. As expected, in the evening, Qianlong asked someone to bring Lu Ming to the meeting hall. He came to the meeting hall and saw Qianlong and Xianxiang. There were only the 2 of them here. Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. That's the 1,000 refined blood gold. Qianlong said with a smile. After which, he pointed to the middle of the hall and said, "You're too kind, Sect Master Xian." Lu Ming said, then looked to the middle of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a piece of dark red metal. This piece of metal had been polished until it was squarish, with a length, width, and height of 1/2 meter. On it, there were thousands of veined patterns that looked like tree rings. There was a layer of inscriptions shining on the surface of the 1,000 refined blood gold. It must have been an inscription formation set up by Qianlong and the others to prevent the loss of its spirituality. This was the 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming walked over to pick it up and his expression changed slightly. This 1,000 refined blood gold was extremely heavy. "Little brother, the 1,000 refined blood gold is forged using the weapon forging sect's secret technique. It needs to be forged 1,000 times, and each time, precious metals and demon beast blood essence are added. After 3 years, this piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighs 99,900 jin." Qianlong laughed and was quite proud. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighed almost 1 million pounds. Moreover, the process was so complicated, which showed how precious it was. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again. He then kept the 1,000 refined blood gold in his storage ring. "Lord Lu Ming, please come to the weapon forging sect more often in the future. I still have many questions to ask you." Xian Xiang said with some reluctance. "All right." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You little girl, you only think about going out and adventuring all day, but you don't know how dangerous it is outside." Qianlong laughed and scolded. "Grandmaster Xian, Miss Xian Xiang, take care. If there's a chance, come find me in Tianxian City." Lu Ming cupped his fists and bade farewell to Qianlong and Xian Xiang. He then left the weapon forging sect and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of Tianxian City. He had finally obtained the 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming could not wait to rush back to Tianxian City so that he could go into seclusion to comprehend the concept of wind. Once his wind mentality reached level 1 small success, it would be on par with the thunder and fire mentality. Then, his cultivation would be able to continue improving. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of miles had been covered. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a pale white saber gleam in front of him slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His body flashed and he dodged the saber gleam. In front of them, 2 figures appeared, walking in the air and walking towards them. Xian Zhong. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. One of them was Xian Zhong, while the other was a brawny man in his 30s. "Hee, Lu Ming, let's see where you can run to now. Go to hell. The 1,000 refined blood gold is mine." Xian Zhong sneered. "Xian Zhong, you really don't want to give up. I originally wanted to spare your life for Xian Xiang's sake, but you just had to come to die." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. "You're talking big. My father sent a senior brother here, so you're dead. Also, don't mention that bitch Xian Xiang in front of me. That bitch is just a bitch. And that old man Qianlong, in 2 days, I want them all dead, dead." Xian Zhong's face was extremely ferocious. "What do you want to do to Sect Master Xian and the others?" Lu Ming's face changed as he chided. Hee, what are you doing? When you're all in hell, you can discuss it together. Senior brother, kill him. Xian Zhong roared. Bang! Bang! The brawny man was walking in the void, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Every step he took in the void made a banging sound. Peak Lever 6 Martial King Realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. Ha, Lu Ming, my senior brother has reached the peak of the 6th level Martial King Realm. He's only one step away from breaking through to the King Tier upper tier. Accept your death. Xian Zhong laughed excitedly. Die. The brawny man shouted as his muscles bulged and he slashed out. The saber ray was mighty, and the air in the sky was split in half, bringing with it a gust of wind. In an instant, the terrifying saber light was about to hit Lu Ming's head. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he held it horizontally above his head. Clang! The saber radiance struck the spear shaft, and energy shot out in all directions. However, Lu Ming's body was like an archaic divine mountain. He did not move an inch. Xian Zhong's and the brawny man's faces changed dramatically. Peak Lever 6 Martial King Realm. He. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward with his long spear in hand. Mountain-splitting slash. The brawny man roared and slashed again with all his strength. This slash was twice as powerful as the previous one. This was the brawny man's most powerful attack. But the next moment, he was in despair. Lu Ming swept his long spear and the saber gleam collapsed, turning into nothingness. Not good, junior brother, run. The brawny man's expression turned extremely ugly as he roared. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with the spear and cast a Gakudo path attack. The spear's gleam flashed and blood shot out. The brawny man's glabella was pierced through. Then, the devouring power burst out and devoured the brawny man's blood essence. No, how could this be? Xian Zhong was so frightened that he almost cried. He ran madly towards the weapon-forging sect. Lu Ming was simply a monster. Even a Peak Lever 6 Martial King Realm expert was easily killed by him. He was not human at all. Returning to the weapon-forging sect. With his cultivation, how could he escape? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. The spear hit Xian Zhong's shoulder. His body was sent flying like a meteorite. Boom! Instantly, a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of meters appeared on the ground. Xian Zhong was lying in the pit, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming appeared at the edge of the pit and looked at Xian Zhong coldly. Don't kill me, I beg you to let me go. Xian Zhong struggled to get up and kept begging for mercy. He was so scared that he was trembling. Now, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. He felt that he was drowning in endless fear. You just said that in 2 days, Grandmaster Xian and the others will all die. What did you mean? Lu Ming asked coldly. No, nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Xian Zhong shook his head hurriedly. If you don't want to tell me, then you can die. Lu Ming's eyes were dazed and his killing intent burst out. No, wait, I'll talk. Xian Zhong screamed. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. Xian Zhong's face was covered in cold sweat. The Heavenly Corpse sect wants to snatch a treasure from the weapon-forging sect. That treasure is with Xian Long. My father has already contacted the Heavenly Corpse sect. They will launch a surprise attack in 2 days and break through the weapon-forging sect. What? You're actually colluding with the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. Xian Zhong looked at Lu Ming with great apprehension. Now, he only wanted to save his life. He didn't care about anything else. I'll spare you. Go and plead with Grandmaster Xian and the others. Lu Ming waved his hand and a stream of vital essence surged into Xian Zhong's body, sealing his vital essence. Then, he carried Xian Zhong and flew back to the weapon-forging sect. Xian Zhong's face paled in fear. Not long after, they arrived at the weapon-forging sect. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to harm the weapon-forging sect. Right at this moment, Xian Zhong's crazy shout echoed far in the silent night. Who is it? Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. Immediately, dozens of experts flew out from various parts of the weapon-forging sect. Deacon Pang, this kid wants to kill me. He wants to steal the treasure of our weapon-forging sect. Xian Zhong shouted, his face was filled with ruthlessness. It's Xian Zhong. What? Brat, you're looking for death. The people from the weapon-forging sect bellowed in anger and launched attacks at Lu Ming. Get out of my way. I have no ill intentions. I have something important to see Grandmaster Xian. Lu Ming shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's up to no good. Quickly kill him. Xian Zhong shouted. He was going all out. When he saw Xian Long and the others, he would not be able to live if he was exposed. He might as well take a gamble now. As long as the people from the weapon-forging sect killed Lu Ming, he might still have a chance of survival. Kill. The people from the weapon-forging sect charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. Get lost. Lu Ming bellowed angrily. He swept his spear and dozens of weapon-forging sect experts were sent flying. Lu Ming moved and dashed toward the depths of the weapon-forging sect. Help! Xian Zhong shouted. Shut up. If you scream again, I'll kill you. Lu Ming shouted angrily. Go ahead and kill. You're going to die anyway. Just kill. Xian Zhong made up his mind and shouted. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, another person was charging towards them. This time, all of them were Martial King Realm experts. Lu Ming could not be bothered to explain. He sent them all flying and rushed over. Very soon, he was approaching the meeting hall of the weapon-forging sect. Little thief, you're looking for death. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few sharp attacks were launched at Lu Ming. They were two battle blades. Father, save me. Upon hearing this voice, Xian Zhong was overjoyed. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming exerted all his strength and swept his long spear horizontally, blocking the attack of the two sabers. However, his body shook violently and he could not help but retreat 1,000 meters. A late-stage king tier. Lu Ming's expression changed. In front of him, Xian Yuan appeared with a few spirit weapons floating beside him. Xian Yuan's face was extremely cold. He pounced on Lu Ming like lightning without the slightest hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the two sabers turned into two cold electric arcs and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, there was a flash of light and 3 long spears appeared. They pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. His first attack was like a storm. When Xian Yuan saw that Xian Zhong had fallen into Lu Ming's hands, he had a bad feeling. He had to kill Lu Ming with lightning-fast methods. 10,000 dragon kill. The spear shook, and hundreds of 3-colored true dragons flew out, roaring. On average, each spirit weapon was attacked by close to 100 3-colored true dragons. Break! Die! Xian Yuan shouted coldly as he controlled the spirit weapon. A terrifying aura burst out from the spirit weapon. Bang! Bang! The 3-colored true dragons exploded one by one and turned into nothingness. The 5 spirit weapons did not stop as they attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear in an airtight manner and blocked the 5 spirit weapons. Clang! 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 Although the 5 spirit weapons were blocked, the terrifying qi tore through Lu Ming's defense and almost tore his body apart. He retreated a few thousand meters again and spat out a mouthful of blood. A king tier of the upper tier of the Level 7 Martial King realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He had sensed that Xian Yuan's cultivation was at Level 7 Martial King realm. Still not dead, kill! Xian Yuan shouted angrily. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Xian Yuan, if you want your son to die, then continue to attack. Lu Ming blocked Xian Zhong in front of him and shouted. Father, father, save me! Xian Zhong shouted in fear. Xian Yuan's expression kept changing. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a hint of determination flashed in them. With a wave of his hands, the 5 spirit weapons turned into 5 bolts of lightning and shot toward Lu Ming. 2 spirit weapons charged at Xian Zhong. No, no! Xian Zhong roared. How ruthless! In order to silence him, he even killed his own son. Lu Ming's expression changed. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and retreated rapidly. Stop! Just at this moment, a cold shout rang out, and a few spirit weapons streaked across the void and collided with Xian Yuan's spirit weapon. Clang! Clang! The sound of violent collisions resounded through the sky as Xian Yuan's spiritual weapons bounced back one by one. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Xian Long. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! The other elders of the weapon-forging sect followed closely behind Xian Long. Xian Xiang was among them. Lord Lu Ming. What's going on? Xian Xiang looked at Lu Ming and the Xian Zhong in his hand, feeling extremely puzzled. Sect Master, Lu Ming, that little bastard, barged into the weapon-forging sect and tried to kill Zhong. Fortunately, I found out about it. I suggest that we kill him now. Xian Yuan roared, his eyes extremely cold. Ha ha ha, Xian Yuan, you've done something wrong. Are you afraid that I'll tell you and want to kill me to silence me? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Kid, what are you talking about? Why aren't you dying? Xian Yuan's killing intent soared. He controlled the spirit weapon and charged at Lu Ming. The start of the war. However, Xian Long moved and stood in front of Xian Yuan. I believe that little brother Lu would not attack Xian Zhong for no reason. Why don't we hear what exactly happened? Let's make things clear first. Xian Long said. Sect Master. Xian Yuan was a little anxious. Alright, there's no need to say more. Xian Long waved his hand and said. The gloominess in Xian Yuan's eyes intensified. He knew that he could not kill Lu Ming with Xian Long's help. Secretly, he gave a look to one of the elders. The elder nodded slightly and slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness without anyone noticing. Little brother Lu, what's going on? Xian Long looked at Lu Ming and asked. Yes, Lord Lu Ming, what's going on? Then, how is Xian Zhong? Xian Xiang also asked, looking at the Xian Zhong in Lu Ming's hands. Sect Master Xian, when I left the weapon-forging sect, I met this Xian Zhong with one of his senior brothers. They tried to kill me on the way. Lu Ming said. What? Xian Zhong, how dare you? Xian Long roared when he heard that. Xian Zhong, you actually did such a thing. Xian Xiang also looked at Xian Zhong with a face full of disappointment. Xian Zhong lowered his head. His eyes were full of dejection, and he didn't say anything. Nonsense. Little bastard, it's clearly you who wanted to kill Zhong, Xian Yuan shouted again. Shut up, old man. If you don't have a fucking brain, do the others have one too? I just barged in from the outside and a group of people saw it. According to what you said, I barged in first and took Xian Zhong away. Then, I barged in from the outside with Xian Zhong and let you block my way. Lu Ming berated loudly. You. Xian Yuan's face turned red. He had just wanted to pin a crime on Lu Ming at the last minute. He did not expect that there would be so many flaws. How could he continue at this moment? Xian Yuan, were you the one who ordered this? Xian Long looked at Xian Yuan with an ugly expression. Wait a minute, Grandmaster Xian. Trying to kill me on the way is a small matter. Just now, I learned something from Xian Zhong, which is a big matter. Lu Ming said loudly. Xian Yuan's expression changed drastically as soon as he heard this. He slowly retreated. Oh. Big event? What's the big deal? Xian Long asked. Great Elder Xian Yuan has already colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, they'll work with the Heavenly Corpse sect and break through the weapon-forging sect. Lu Ming said loudly. His words were like a thunderclap that exploded in the minds of everyone from the weapon-forging sect. What? What did you just say? Xian Long was in disbelief. The others also looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. This was too shocking. Sect Master Xian, this is what Xian Zhong said himself. Lu Ming said. Nonsense. You're slandering him. Sect Master, Lu Ming is trying to sow discord between us. I suggest that we kill him immediately. Xian Yuan roared. Xian Yuan, you still dare to quibble until now. However, you are really ruthless. Just now, you even wanted to kill Xian Zhong to silence me. He is your biological son. Lu Ming sneered. After that, he said to Xian Zhong, are you still going to help your father hide the truth? He's such an unscrupulous father. When the Heavenly Corpse sect raise the weapon-forging sect to the ground, everyone you know will die. What's the point of your life then? Also, there's nothing going on between me and Xian Xiang. On the contrary, she told me that she likes you, but you always misunderstand her. Lu Ming's words made Xian Zhong's body tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at Xian Xiang. Xian Zhong, what happened? Tell me. Xian Xiang shouted. Xian Zhong's eyes flickered. Then, he looked decisive and said to Xian Yuan, Father, let's stop. We've made great contributions to the weapon-forging sect for generations. I believe that the sect master and the elders will forgive us. Let's stop. His words were like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone's eyes turned to Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan, how dare you? Xian Long roared, his hair and beard all standing up. Evil creature, you're really useless. You can't achieve great things when you're trapped by love. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed you. Xian Yuan looked at Xian Zhong coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Little bastard, you ruined my plan. I want you to die without a burial place. With that, Xian Yuan quickly retreated. Not good, he's leaving. Lu Ming shouted. Stay here. The Xian dragon roared and chased after Xian Yuan. Xiang, please forgive me, forgive me. Xian Zhong shouted. Xian Xiang looked at Xian Zhong with disappointment. Her face gradually turned cold as she said, this time, if not for Lord Lu Ming, you and your father would have colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect and attacked the weapon-forging sect. How can I forgive you? Xian Xiang turned her head and no longer looked at Xian Zhong. Xian Zhong's face was filled with despair. Clang! Clang! At this moment, Xian Long and Xian Yuan had already exchanged a blow, and Xian Yuan retreated rapidly. Hoo. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out around the weapon-forging sect. Pitch-black coffins appeared around the weapon-forging sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking. The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking. From all directions, a series of screams rang out. Ha, now, you're all going to die. Xian Yuan laughed crazily. Damn it, activate the formation, activate the formation. Xian Long roared. But in the next moment, the sounds of explosions and screams rang out from the surroundings of the weapon-forging sect. Ah! At the scene, a few elders suddenly made a move and tried to assassinate the other elders of the weapon-forging sect. The elders were instantly killed. You guys! Xian Long roared, and his eyes were about to spit fire. It was obvious that these people had all defected. Ha, Xian Long, I've been in the weapon-forging sect for many years. How can I not have anyone? Xian Yuan sneered. Traitor, kill. The weapon-forging sect was in a state of chaos as shouts of killing could be heard. At this moment, the coffin of the heavenly corpse sect opened, and corpse guards and refined corpses flew out. They charged into the weapon-forging sect and began a great battle. In an instant, the weapon-forging sect was plunged into the flames of war. Xian Yuan, you deserve to die. The Xian dragon roared and pounced toward Xian Yuan. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xian Yuan roared and started fighting with Xian Long. Both of them were at the upper tier of the Lever 7 Martial King realm, and their battle was extremely intense. Xian Long, hand over the recondite steel heavy sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. An old corpse guard in a black robe silently appeared not far away and said coldly. So what you want is the recondite steel heavy sword, you? You guys are going to the ancient desolate city? Xian Long seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed. Hee, hurry up and hand over the recondite steel heavy sword. I know it's in your storage ring. The old corpse guard roared. Little brother Lu, quickly take Xiang away. Lu Ming. Xian Long suddenly shouted at Lu Ming. Chapter 557 Chaotic Battle. Leave. I still want her blood as a guide. How can we let her go? Capture that girl for me. Be careful, don't kill her. The old corpse guard waved his hand, and a few corpse guards instantly controlled the refined corpses to charge at Xuanxiang. Kill! Xian Xiang shouted in anger and controlled a few spirit weapons to charge at the corpse guards. At this moment, Lu Ming threw Xian Zhong onto the square of the weapon-forging sect. He dashed towards a few corpse guards and refined corpses and swept his long spear across, causing a few corpse guards to explode. Kill that brat! The old corpse guard shouted coldly, and more corpse guards charged at Lu Ming. There were at least 10 corpse guards with more than 20 refined corpses. The iron chains covered the sky and wrapped around Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xian Xiang and retreated rapidly, avoiding the entanglement of the iron chain. At this moment, there were battles everywhere. There were battles between weapon-forging sect disciples and the Sky Corps sect's corpse guards, as well as internal conflicts within weapon-forging sect itself. Damn traitor! Lu Ming saw an angry weapon-forging sect disciple chopping off Xian Zhong's head in the square below. In the end, Xian Zhong still died at the hands of a weapon-forging sect disciple. All of this was seen by Xian Xiang. She bit her red lips, her eyes red, and didn't say a word. Catch that little girl. In the surroundings, a group of corpse guards controlled the refined corpses and rushed toward Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. Why do they want to capture Profound Fragrance? Just now, Grandmaster Xian had called out the ancient barren city. Could it be the desolate ancient city in the east of Tianxian? Lu Ming's mind was racing. Whoosh! A battle sword pierced through the air and cut off the heads of 5 to 6 corpse guards. It was Xian Long. He controlled the combat sword to help Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, take Xiangxiang and go to Tianxian City quickly. I'm counting on you. Xian Long shouted. In the weapon-forging sect, only Xian Long and Xian Yuan were king tiers at the upper tier. The other elders were all lower-tier king tiers. None of them had Lu Ming's combat strength. Xian Long could only rely on Lu Ming now. All right. Lu Ming agreed. He pulled Xian Xiang and retreated rapidly. Don't even think about leaving. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of iron chains breaking through the air was heard as they wrapped around Lu Ming and Xian Xiang. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted, and the spear's radiance, which was 1,000 meters long, swept out. However, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically at the next moment. The spear ray was pierced by the iron chain, which continued to wrap around them. A late-stage king tier. Lu Ming was shocked. It was definitely a refined corpse at the level of a king. With me here, you still want to leave? How is that possible? Hee hee. Behind him, a middle-aged corpse guard controlled two refined corpses. They exuded a terrifying aura and closed in on Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Xian Xiang shouted. Let's go together. Lu Ming pulled Xian Xiang and rushed in another direction. However, the iron chains hung in the air, sealing off all escape routes. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with him. His body trembled and blood seeped out of his mouth. With his current battle power, he was still a distance away from a late-stage king. There was a dividing line between Level 3 and Level 4 Martial King Realm, and there was also a dividing line between Level 6 and Level 7 Martial King Realm. The 7th level of the Martial King Realm was considered as a king tier of the upper tier, and its combat strength was 2 levels higher than that of the 6th level. Whoosh! Whoosh! The iron chain flew across the sky and kept attacking Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! At this time, 2 combat swords flew over and hit the iron chain away. It was Xian Long who controlled the combat swords to help. Xian Long, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me? You're looking for death. Xian Yuan shouted coldly. His combat weapon flew and attacked. Xian Long was distracted and was hit by Xian Yuan's spear. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. If Xian Long didn't dodge in time, his heart would have been pierced. Father! Xian Xiang was shocked and extremely worried. Chi chi! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The middle-aged corpse guard appeared behind Lu Ming and grabbed at him. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around and thrust his spear. This middle-aged corpse guard was also a king tier at the 7th level of the Martial King Realm. Although the corpse guard's combat strength was not strong, it was still above Lu Ming. Bang! With one move, Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Not good. Lu Ming could not help but let go of Xian Xiang's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, a few iron chains rolled up the profound incense and pulled it into the distance. He, I've got the girl, but I'm still short of the recondite steel heavy sword. The old corpse guard sneered. He was also a late-stage king, and he was controlling a refined corpse to kill an elder of the weapon-forging sect. One by one, the elders died under his refined corpse. Fragrance. Xian Long let out a roar and controlled the 3 combat swords to slash at the chain that was holding Xian Xiang. However, the refined corpse that had caught Xian Xiang was already at the level of a late-stage king. How could Xian Long save it? The iron chain flew out and knocked away the 3 combat swords. You still dare to be distracted, you're looking for death. Xian Yuan revealed a cold smile. When Xian Long was distracted, Xian Yuan seized the opportunity and attacked him fiercely. Puchi! This time, Xian Long's arm was cut off by Xian Yuan. The mysterious dragon roared like a wild lion. Ha! The storage ring is mine. Xian Yuan was overjoyed, and Xian Long threw the arm to the old corpse guard. Father, father! In the distance, Xian Xiang anxiously shouted. Bang! Lu Ming's spear sent a few refined corpses of lower-tier king level flying and he charged towards Xian Long. Brat, if you want to save people, die. The middle-aged corpse guard controlled a refined corpse to block Lu Ming's way. Damn you, Dan, smash. Lu Ming patted Dandan. Buzz. Dandan flew out, rapidly growing in size, and smashed towards the middle-aged corpse guard's face. Bang! The middle-aged corpse guard couldn't avoid it at all and was directly smashed in the face. Ah! He screamed in pain. His face was almost smashed. He retreated frantically and controlled the refined corpse to block in front of him. Such a meticulous mind. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to use Dan's sneak attack to kill a king-level corpse guard, but this corpse guard immediately controlled the refined corpse to block in front of him, so he didn't have a chance. Lu Ming dashed past and charged at Qianlong. At this moment, Xuanxiang was surrounded by a pile of refined corpses. She wanted to save him, but she had no chance. At this moment, Qianlong was in a critical situation. One of his arms had been cut off. He was no match for Xian Yuan and was at a disadvantage. Boom! Lu Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. He was practically invincible under the level of a king tier. No corpse guard or refined corpse could stop him. This kid is looking for death. The old corpse guard's eyes were cold. He controlled a refined corpse at the level of a king and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, he rushed towards Qianlong. Not good. A Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a ray of spear light. The refined corpse and corpse guards in front of him were all sent flying. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared not far from the Qianlong. But at this time, the old corpse guard and Xian Yuan had already surrounded and attacked Qianlong. Qianlong was already no match for him. Now that he was besieged, he was hit again and was covered in blood. Dandan, smash! Lu Ming shouted. Die! The old corpse guard's claw clawed towards the profound dragon's heart. Destruction, promise. Bang! The first one that was hit was Xian Yuan. Arg! Xian Yuan screamed. Even a late-stage king was smashed by Dandan. His face was smashed into pieces. How could Qianlong let go of this opportunity? Die, traitor! Qianlong controlled the 3 combat swords and slashed at Xian Yuan. Clang! Clang! In a panic, Xian Yuan only managed to block 2 swords, but he failed to block the third. The third combat sword slashed over and cut off Xian Yuan's head. A late-stage king was killed just like that. But at the same time, the old corpse guard's claw pierced through Qianlong's chest and crushed his heart. Damn it, Dan, smash! Lu Ming bellowed and smashed the old corpse guard's face. The old corpse guard screamed and quickly retreated, but he was still smashed by Dandan, and his face was beyond recognition. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed over, grabbed Qianlong, and broke through rapidly. At the same time, he used his true energy to sweep Xian Yuan's body into the Supreme Shrine. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming swept his long spear and the refined corpses were swept away one by one. He then charged out at high speed. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! I want him dead! The old corpse guard screamed and controlled the refined corpse to surround them. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had moved ahead of schedule and only sent 2 king tiers of the upper tier. There were no king tiers of the upper tier in the direction that Lu Ming was breaking out of. There were no king tiers at the level of the upper tier. Those below the level of a king tier could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. The refined corpses were sent flying like sandbags. Gakudo path attack. In the end, Lu Ming cast a Gakudo path attack and rushed out 5 miles away. Then, he took a deep breath, circulated his true essence, and took a step forward, appearing 10 miles away. Chase, chase! The old corpse guard roared and controlled the king-level refined corpse to chase after him. However, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps continued and he was far away in an instant. A few minutes later, Lu Ming had already covered a distance of nearly 10,000 miles. Qianlong kept coughing out blood and his face was as pale as paper. Lu Ming chose a hidden place and landed. He placed Qianlong on the ground. Little brother Lu, I'm begging you. You must save Xiangxiang. The profound dragon transformation coughed up blood as he spoke. His heart had been crushed, and he had only managed to hold on because of his powerful body and profound cultivation. If it had been an ordinary person, he would have died from such injuries. Grandmaster Xian, I'll help you heal. Lu Ming placed his palm on Qianlong's back. A vast amount of vital essence gushed into Qianlong's body. Lu Ming's vital essence was the War Dragon Vital Essence. It was very effective. Xianlong's face regained some color. Little brother, don't waste your Jin Yuan, your heart has exploded, there's nothing you can do. Little brother, I have a few things to tell you. Xianlong panted. Please speak, Sect Master Xian. Lu Ming said. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Corpse sect seized the Xian family's black iron heavy sword and then kidnapped Xiangxiang. They must have gone to the eastern barren city, opened the barren ancient tomb in the city, and taken out the corpse in the tomb to refine it into a peerless refined corpse. They must have gone to the east. Little brother, I beg you, please help me save Xiangxiang. After saying that, Xianlong actually struggled and wanted to kneel down to Lu Ming. Grandmaster Xian, what are you doing? I promise you, I will definitely save Xiangxiang. Lu Ming said firmly. Good, that's good. Little brother, this storage ring was left to me by Xiangxiang's mother. Can you pass it to him on my behalf? Xianlong took off his storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. Don't worry, Sect Master Xian. Lu Ming will do what he says. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. Grandmaster Xian, what is your relationship with the ancient barren city? Lu Ming was a little curious. Lu Ming remembered that the peerless genius of the ancient barren city, Xian Feng, had the same surname as Xianlong and the rest. The Xian family of the weapon forging sect used to be part of the Xian family of the ancient desolate city. They also have 2 recondite steel heavy swords. According to the legends of the Xian family, if the 2 recondite steel heavy swords were to be used together to open the tomb of the ancients, it would be a great disaster for the Xian family. So, 10,000 years ago, our branch left the desolate ancient city with the recondite steel heavy sword and came here to prevent the 2 recondite steel heavy swords from meeting. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Corpse sect still found out about it. They will definitely bring Xiangxiang to the desolate ancient city and seize the other recondite steel heavy sword. Once the desolate ancient tomb is opened, the Xian family will be finished. Xianlong explained. At this point, Xianlong's life force was getting weaker and weaker. There was no turning back. Little brother, Xiang, I'll leave it to you. In the end, Xianlong said his last words, and his vitality dissipated. He died. AI. Lu Ming sighed. He dug a hole at the side and buried Xianlong. However, there was no tombstone. If the Heavenly Corpse sect found the tombstone, they would probably refine the corpse into a refined corpse. Don't worry, Grandmaster Xian. Since I've made a promise, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and rose into the air. He retracted his aura and returned to the weapon forging sect. Quick, take everything you can. Hurry up. As Lu Ming approached the weapon forging sect, he heard shouts. Lu Ming flew high up in the sky and looked down, but he didn't see any trace of Xianxiang. Not only that, but he also didn't see the 2 corpse guards of the king level. Where did they take the profound fragrance? Lu Ming was deep in thought. After a while, some corpse guards flew towards the north. Lu Ming followed from a distance. They flew at least hundreds of thousands of miles north. In front of them was a huge mountain filled with smoke. Those corpse guards all flew into that huge mountain. Lu Ming stopped a few hundred miles away. He didn't dare to go any further. He guessed that it was one of the Heavenly Corpse sect's old nests in the Tianxian region. There were definitely many experts inside. It would be dangerous if he got too close and was discovered. Lu Ming found a hidden place and hid himself well. Could profound fragrance have been brought here? Or have they already set off for the east? Lu Ming furrowed his brows in deep thought. I don't care. I will wait here for 2 days. If I still don't see the profound fragrance, I will rush to the east. Dandan, you stay here and keep watch. If there's anything, inform me. I'll cultivate first. Lu Ming placed Dandan on the ground and entered the supreme shrine. Xian Yuan's body was on a platform in the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming did not want to waste the blood essence of a phenomenal success king. The 9-dragon bloodline appeared and devoured Xian Yuan's blood essence. Lu Ming took off Xian Yuan's storage ring. Then, he waved his hand and a wisp of flame appeared, burning Xian Yuan's body to ashes. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence of the Xian Yuan. The blood essence of a late-stage king was simply too dense. Lu Ming used all of it to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. 2 hours later, the 6 Asilavira chakras of the 9-dragon bloodline became extremely brilliant. Right then, with a sound of hum, a new chakra appeared. In the ancient desolate city, a new Asilavira chakra appeared. The 7th chakra was a 7th level king level bloodline. After refining so much blood essence, his 9-dragon bloodline had finally advanced to the 7th level of the king realm. King level 7, the same as Xian Yanqing's bloodline, had already surpassed most of the geniuses in Tianxian region. It was said that the bloodline of the sacred constellation was at least at the 7th level of the king tier. Other than him, no one had ever reached the 7th level of the king tier in the Tianxian region. And NBSP, hoo. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked, and its devouring power erupted. It was extremely terrifying. My devouring power has doubled. Even late-stage king tiers would be affected if I use it now. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As expected, the devouring power had greatly increased after his 9-dragon bloodline reached the 7th level of the king tier. I wonder what kind of changes there will be after advancing to a divine bloodline. Lu Ming thought to himself. It was said that divine-level bloodlines had unimaginable power, mysterious and terrifying. Martial artists, after entering the Spirit Sea realm, would have a 3rd chance to awaken their bloodline. In a warrior's life, he had 3 chances to awaken his bloodline. However, not every warrior could awaken their bloodline 3 times. The 3rd bloodline awakening was completely different from the previous 2. It wasn't fixed, but random. It depended on one's comprehension, luck, and talent. Some martial artists awakened at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier, some at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and some at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Some were even in the spirit embryo realm. Most people would never be able to awaken a 3rd bloodline in their lifetime. The probability was frighteningly low. Out of 10,000 warriors who broke through to the Sea of Soul realm, only one would be able to awaken the 3rd bloodline. However, once the 3rd bloodline was awakened, it would be terrifying. This was because those who could break through to the Spirit Sea realm usually had a 2nd bloodline that was at least at the 3rd level of the king tier, or even higher. As for the 3rd bloodline, it was definitely of a higher level than the 2nd bloodline. Some people could even awaken a divine bloodline in one go and soar to the sky. However, Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline. Even if he could not awaken a 3rd bloodline in the future, his 2 types of bloodlines could be promoted to divine-level bloodlines in the future. He was filled with anticipation. Take a look at what's happening outside. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. Light flickered on Dandan's body, but she didn't seem to move. Continue to wait. Who is that? At that moment, Lu Ming saw a few light spots flying east from the distant mountain. However, they were too far away for Lu Ming to see them clearly. Let's go east and take a look. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and headed east. After about 10,000 miles, Lu Ming slowly approached. It is indeed profound fragrance. In the distance, Lu Ming saw more than a dozen corpse guards with dozens of refined corpses. The woman in the middle was Xian Xiang. These corpse guards did not hide in the coffins, as if afraid of causing unnecessary trouble on the way. After all, if a bunch of coffins were to fly, it would definitely alert others. So many experts. Among the dozen corpse guards, Lu Ming could not see through at least 3 of them. They were definitely all king tiers in the upper tier. 3 corpse guards at the level of a king with at least 6 refined corpses at the level of a king. This was not something Lu Ming could fight against. Lu Ming could only follow them from a distance and wait for an opportunity to make a move. But along the way, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect were extremely cautious. Even when they were resting, there would be a corpse guard at the late-stage king level guarding by Xian Xiang's side. Lu Ming could not do it at all. Just like that, more than 10 days passed, and they were getting closer and closer to the east. The ancient desolate city had always been extremely mysterious in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. This was because there was a legend that said that the ancient desolate city did not belong to this world and was not built by the people of this world. Instead, it had descended from the sky in the ancient times. There was a mysterious aura in the ancient desolate city. Other ancient martial art practitioners would not be able to cultivate or increase their cultivation if they entered. Only members of the Xian family could cultivate in the ancient barren city. Therefore, there were no outsiders living in the ancient barren city except for the Xian family. There were not many people in the Xian family of the ancient barren city, but once someone was born, they would all be peerless geniuses. Today, in the meeting hall of the Xian clan, not only were there people from the Xian clan, there were also people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The palace masters of fire, earth, and thunder were all in the meeting hall of the ancient desolate city. Other than them, there were also some protectors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. They were all powerful people. Recently, for some unknown reason, more and more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have been appearing in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Could it be that the central Tianxian sub-palace is already at a disadvantage? The Earth Palace Master said. Especially in the ancient barren city, the Sky Corpse sect's corpse guards keep coming to harass us, so the Palace Master has sent us to assist. I wonder what the purpose of the Sky Corpse sect is. Thunder Palace Master said with a frown. Could it be that the Heavenly Corpse sect's goal is the desolate ancient tomb? A middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table said with a frown. This man was the city lord of the ancient barren city and the head of the Xian family. A young man stood beside him. It was Xian Feng. Desolate ancient tomb. Thunder Palace Master and the others revealed doubtful expressions. According to the ancient records of our Xian family, the ancient barren city descended from another world. Along with it was the tomb of the ancients, where the corpses of unparalleled experts were buried. The ancestors of our Xian family entered the tomb by chance and fused with a drop of blood from one of the corpses, which allowed them to cultivate in the ancient barren city. I suspect that the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect wanted to open the desolate ancient tomb and seize the corpses. The master of the Xian family said. There's really such a thing. The Earth Palace Master, Lightning Palace Master, and the others were dumbfounded. In the past, he had thought that it was just a rumor. Then we must not let the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect succeed. If they really get their hands on that peerless expert's corpse and refine it into a refined corpse, it will be a great catastrophe. The Earth Palace Master said. Don't be afraid. It's not that easy for them to open the desolate ancient tomb. They need 2 keys. Our desolate ancient city only has 1 key. The other one was taken away by another branch of the Xian family 10,000 years ago and left. The city lord of Barren City said. That's good. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. A few days ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect would occasionally attack us. But these days, they have all gone into hiding. I wonder what their purpose is. The Palace Master of Fire said. No matter what their goal is, we just need to set up our defenses. Thunder Palace Master said. After that, the crowd continued to discuss for a while and then dispersed one by one. Only the city lord of Barren City was frowning. Feng, if anything happens, you must escape. Your life is more important, understand? The ancient Barren City lord ordered. Father, Xian Feng wanted to say something but stopped. Remember, the Xian family can't end here. This time, I have a bad feeling. The city lord of Barren City said. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. The desolate ancient tomb. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Buzz. Buzz. Early in the morning, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out in the sky. At least 1,000 coffins were flying towards the ancient desolate city from all directions. Not good, the Heavenly Corpse sect has launched an attack. There are so many coffins. Arg! A scream came from within the ancient desolate city and spread throughout the entire city. Prepare to face the enemy. The city lord of Barren City appeared in the sky and ordered loudly. In the ancient desolate city, there were at least thousands of people running. Buzz. Buzz. More than a dozen figures appeared beside the palace master of the ancient barren city. They were the palace master of the Thunder Palace, the palace master of the Fire Palace, and some other experts of the ancient barren city. What's going on? Why did the Heavenly Corpse sect launch an attack today? And why did they send so many people? The palace master of Earth roared, full of doubt. Perhaps, the person that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been waiting for has arrived. The city lord of Barren City sighed. What do you mean by the person we're waiting for? Who are they waiting for? Everyone was puzzled. And NBSP, ka. Thousands of coffins were opened, and corpse guards appeared in the air with refined corpses. Hee, City Lord of Desolation City, hand over the recondite steel heavy sword and let us open the Tomb of Desolation. We can consider letting you go. An old corpse guard laughed coldly. In your dreams. Besides, even if you get my recondite steel heavy sword, you won't be able to open the catacomb. The City Lord of Barren City said. Oh, really? Do you think we don't know? We've already done our research. There are 2 keys to the desolate ancient tomb. If we don't have them, would we attack rashly? Bring him up. The old corpse guard waved his hand, and a corpse guard appeared with a beautiful young woman. This woman was Xian Xiang. This is the descendant of the branch that left your Xian family 10,000 years ago. We've already obtained the key. As long as we combine the 2 keys, we'll be able to open the desolate ancient tomb. Hand over your black iron heavy sword. The old corpse guard sneered. The expression of the ancient barren city lord was extremely ugly. You want me to hand it over? Impossible, unless I die. The ancient barren city lord roared. You're so stubborn. Since that's the case, kill. The old corpse guard waved his hand, and instantly, the corpse guards that covered the sky and the earth controlled the refined corpses, charging towards the ancient desolate city. A tragic battle instantly broke out. Thousands of guards controlled more than 2,000 refined corpses and launched a frenzied attack on the ancient desolate city. Although the Xian family of the ancient barren city had fewer people, they still had thousands of people. With the addition of the reinforcements from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they started an intense battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect. Boom! Boom! The Palace Master of Thunder, Palace Master of Fire, Palace Master of Earth, and Palace Master of Desolation City all released extremely powerful auras. They were as dazzling as 4 small suns. With a wave of his hand, dazzling lightning and scorching flames spread in all directions, and dozens of refined corpses were instantly smashed into pieces. Hee, for lever 9 Martial King Realm. Good. After killing them, I can make 4 more powerful refined corpses. A sneer was heard. Then, 4 figures pounced on Thunder Palace Master and the others. Among the 4 figures, 2 of them were huge demonic beasts. They were demonic corpses, and their bodies emitted extremely powerful auras. 2 of them were human corpses, but they were wearing iron armor and holding long spears. They charged towards Thunder Palace Master and the others. These 2 refined corpses were completely different from the other refined corpses. Thunder Palace Master and the others didn't dare to be careless. They fought with these refined corpses, but for a while, it was only a draw. Ah! Ah! From time to time, screams could be heard from all over the ancient desolate city. Someone was being killed. Lu Ming was hiding on a mountain peak outside the ancient barren city. There are so many experts. I didn't expect the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to have so many hall masters. Adding on the strength of the ancient barren city, there are 8 king tiers at the upper tier. Lu Ming sensed the aura in the distance and pondered. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, other than the 3 hall masters, there were 2 other late-stage king tiers. The ancient desolate city itself also had 3 late-stage king tiers. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect had clearly come prepared. They had more than 8 king-level corpse guards, and with the refined corpses they controlled, their strength was clearly above that of the ancient barren city. Given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he would not be of much use if he were to participate. I'll just wait and see. I'll grab the opportunity to save Xuanxiang. Lu Ming made up his mind. He hid there, restrained his aura, and remained motionless. As time passed, the battle became even more intense. In the ancient desolate city, people were constantly killed, and the blood qi filled the entire city. The palace master of Thunder Palace and the other late-stage kings were also under even greater pressure. Other than the 4 refined corpses from before, there were even more refined corpses surrounding them. Instantly, they were completely at a disadvantage. Charge! Let's work together and charge out. Thunder Palace Master roared. No, if we rush out, the others will all die. Also, the desolate ancient tomb cannot be opened. The ancient barren city lord roared. We can't care about that now. If we don't rush out, we'll all die. Thunder Palace Master roared. He was starting to regret taking on this mission. And NBSP, but the ancient barren city lord and the fire palace lord simply refused to listen to him. Damn it! The Thunder Palace Master roared. With a wave of his hand, thunder rolled and struck forward. The 2 refined corpses that were besieging him were forced to retreat. He rushed forward, trying to break out of the siege. You actually fled in the face of battle. The Palace Master of Fire shouted angrily. A bunch of fools, who would be willing to stay here and die. Thunder Palace Master sneered and rushed forward. But... whoosh! Whoosh! The iron chains hung in the air and 2 powerful refined corpses appeared, blocking the path of Thunder Palace Master. Behind him, the 2 refined corpses rushed up again. There was no way to retreat. Ah, detestable! Thunder Palace Master roared angrily but was forced back. I've already sent a message to the Palace Master and asked for reinforcements. We just need to hold on for an hour, and the Palace Master will be able to come. The Palace Master of Fire shouted. There's a way. We can retreat to the side of the Tomb of Desolation. Our Xian family has been inscribing inscription formations around the tomb for generations. After so many years, the inscription formations there have become quite powerful. If we retreat there and open the inscription formations, we can definitely hold on for an hour. The city lord of Barren City said. Alright, let's do that. The Palace Masters of Fire and Earth both agreed. The Thunder Palace Master helplessly followed them and charged towards the desolate ancient tomb. Gather, gather. We'll retreat and defend the catacomb together. The city lord of the barren city shouted as he retreated. He gathered the remaining members of the Xian family and retreated to the tomb of the barren ancients together. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was trying their best to stop them. There was killing everywhere, and not many people could shake off their opponents and come to meet up. In the end, only 100 or so people made it to the side of the desolate ancient tomb. Activate the formation. The ancient barren city lord roared, his eyes filled with pain. Once they activated the grand array, then the people from the other parts of the ancient desolate city would only have a dead end. But now, they had no choice but to do so. The inscriptions glowed and a light screen appeared in front of the tomb. Flood Dragon's Corpse. And NBSP, a screen of light appeared, blocking in front of the city lord of Barren City and the others. Boom! 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 The powerful refined corpses kept bombarding the light curtain. The light curtain trembled but was not broken. It was firmly blocked. Damn it, attack! A late-stage king-level corpse guard roared and ordered the other corpse guards to control the refined corpses to attack. However, the inscription formation was extremely strong and couldn't be broken. City Lord of Desolation City, are you really that heartless? Are you going to hide inside and watch your clansmen get killed? An old corpse guard appeared and sneered. Ah! Ah! Around them, there were constant screams from the Xian family. Giggle. The city lord of the barren city clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with tears. Ah, damn it! The other members of the Xian family, such as Xian Feng, who had entered the formation, stared outside with red eyes. Don't kill those Xian family people first. Capture them and bring them here to kill. The old corpse guard ordered. Not long after, the Xian family members were injured one by one and brought to the side of the desolate ancient tomb. City Lord, save me. Some of the more timid ones started to plead. However, the ancient barren city clenched its fists and did not say anything. It was said that once the desolate ancient tomb was opened, there would be a great disaster. Kill. The corpse guard gave the order. Whoosh. Whoosh. The iron chains were like long spears that pierced through the air, killing all the Xian family members. Ah, damn it, damn it. Xian Feng and the others roared. However, not long after, another member of the Xian family was brought over and killed on the spot. Not only the Xian family members, but even the palace master of fire and the others were furious. Open the inscription formation and hand over the recondite steel heavy sword, and we can spare their lives. The corpse guard sneered. Don't even think about it. The ancient barren city lord roared. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Alright, let's continue. Then, more people from the Xian family were brought in. Father, father, save me. A loud shout came from a beautiful girl in her 20s. Min. The city lord of Barren City shouted. Ha ha ha, so this is your daughter. Good, good. City lord of Barren City, I wonder what kind of experience it would be to let you see your daughter and the heroes of my heavenly corpse sect having fun in public. I'm really looking forward to it. You, go. I'll leave this beautiful task to you. The old corpse guard pointed at a pale-faced middle-aged corpse guard and said. Many thanks, elder. The middle-aged corpse guard was ecstatic. His eyes emitted light as he walked towards the beautiful woman. Don't come over. The beautiful woman's face was filled with despair. Bastard, you damn bastard. The palace master of fire roared. Min, kill. Run. Xian Feng roared and was about to rush out, but he was pushed back by the city lord of Barren City. Remember, don't let them enter the desolate ancient tomb. Defend the place with the formation and wait for reinforcements. Shut up. The city lord of Barren City shouted at Xian Feng. Then, his eyes turned cold and he rushed out of the formation toward Xian Min. Father. Xian Feng roared. Hee, you're finally willing to come out. Attack and take him down. The old corpse guard waved his hand, and a few late-stage king tears controlled the refined corpses to charge at the city lord of the barren city. Kill. The ancient barren city lord's entire body emitted a blazing light. The battle sword in his hand slashed down, and that middle-aged corpse guard was cut into two. With a wave of sword chi, a lever 7 martial king realm refined corpse was cut in half. The city lord's aura was much stronger than before. A secret technique that burns essence, chi, and spirit. Do you want to die? The old corpse guard roared. The burning of essence, chi, and spirit of the city lord of Desolation City was a secret skill of the Xian family. His combat power would increase dramatically, but he would definitely not be able to last for 10 minutes before he died. Min, follow father. Father will take you out. The city lord of Barren City said to the beautiful lady. He held her hand and rushed out. Stop him. The old corpse guard roared. Immediately, the experts of the corpse guards made their move. There were 5 refined corpses, equivalent to level 9 Martial King realm, and they charged toward the city lord of the Barren City. Get lost. The ancient Barren City lord held his sword with one hand and his aura was shocking. He slashed out with his sword and a shocking sword radiance burst out. A level 9 Martial King realm demonic corpse was sent flying and was almost cut in half. The secret skill of burning his essence, chi, and spirit had greatly increased the combat power of the city master of Barren City. He was infinitely close to a peak-tier king. His sword chi swept across and sent several refined corpses at level 9 Martial King realm flying. There were even 7 to 8 corpse guards on the side that were swept by the sword chi and killed. And NBSP, die. The city lord of Barren City brought Xian Min and charged out. Retreat. Let's work together to control the dragon corpse. The old corpse guard roared. Who? In the sky, an incomparably huge coffin flew down. This coffin was hundreds of meters long and more than 50 meters wide. It came crashing down on the city lord of the Barren City. Break. Die. The ancient Barren City master slashed out with his sword, causing the coffin to explode. However, from within the coffin, a huge object emerged. It was 100 meters long and was covered in scales. It had 2 horns on its head and 4 claws under its belly. The corpse of a flood dragon. This was the corpse of a flood dragon. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At least 10 corpse guards flew onto the flood dragon's corpse, and corpse chi filled the air. These 10 corpse guards were all late-stage king-level corpse guards, and they were controlling the flood dragon corpse together. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the flood dragon's corpse let out a deafening roar. The roar formed a huge storm that rushed toward the city lord of Barren City. Not good. The ancient Barren City lord's expression changed drastically. He slashed out with his sword, and the dazzling sword chi split the storm apart. However, he also retreated frantically. Who? The flood dragon's body moved. Its 200-meter-long body rushed toward the city lord of Barren City and clawed at him. His speed was as fast as lightning. The ancient Barren City lord roared in anger and slashed out with a shocking sword. However, it was useless. The sword chi was dispersed by the flood dragon's claw. The flood dragon's claw heavily struck the ancient Barren City lord's body. The city lord of the desolate ancient city was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the light screen of the great inscription formation in front of the desolate ancient tomb. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. As for Xian Min, it went without saying that she was torn into pieces by this attack. How could this be? Die! The city lord of Barren City roared. He could not bear it. Father, Min, Xian Feng also roared. In the inscription formation, everyone was in despair. The heavenly corpse sect even had the corpse of a flood dragon. From the exchange just now, the flood dragon's corpse was too powerful, and its battle prowess was unparalleled. It was probably infinitesimally close to the spiritual ocean tier. Could this inscription formation block it? The old corpse guard waved his hand and collected a wisp of Xian Min's blood. He sneered, I have the blood of the Xian family's descendant. All I need is the black iron heavy sword. Continue attacking. The old corpse guard waved his hand. Roar. The flood dragon's corpse continued to attack. And NBSP, the ancient Barren City lord used all his strength to block this attack, but the difference was too great. He was beaten until blood spurted out, and all his bones were broken. He lay on the ground, his aura rapidly weakening. Get back! Xian Feng roared and wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the city lord of the barren city. And NBSP, the old corpse guard walked to the city lord's side and used his Jin Yuan to take the city lord's storage ring. In the next moment, a black iron heavy sword appeared in his hand. Ha ha ha, I've got 2 keys. Now, let's attack the inscription formation. The old corpse guard ordered. The huge heaven gate. The flood dragon's corpse rushed forward and kept bombarding the inscription formation. The inscriptions trembled violently like water waves. Inside, many people revealed looks of fear. Boom! Boom! In less than 10 minutes, the inscription formation let out a terrifying roar and burst into a series of explosions. Then, with a violent shake, the inscription formation collapsed. The inscription formation had been broken. Sigh, it's still useless in the end. The city lord of Barren City sighed, and then, his life force was extinguished. Gather together and defend. The palace master of fire roared. More than 100 people retreated to a corner and gathered together, staring at the people of the heavenly corpse sect cautiously. At this point, he could only fight to the death. Damn it, damn it! Am I going to die here today? Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling. He. The old corpse guard led a group of experts and profound fragrance to the front of the desolate ancient tomb. They were now in a spacious square in front of the desolate ancient tomb. The desolate ancient tomb was like a magnificent palace. It was 100 meters tall and extremely huge. Surround them first. It won't be too late to kill them after the door of the desolate ancient tomb opens. The old corpse guard ordered. Just in case, if he killed everyone from the Xian family, no one would ask him if anything happened when he opened the desolate ancient tomb. With a wave of his hand, a stream of energy appeared and cut a wound on Xian Xiang's arm. A stream of blood was attracted to the old corpse guard's hand. Xian Xiang cried out as she broke out in a cold sweat. You guys, guard this place and stop them. You guys, follow me to open the desolate ancient tomb. The old corpse guard ordered. He immediately left behind a group of experts, including the flood dragon's corpse. The old corpse guard took some experts and walked towards the desolate ancient tomb. At this time, no one noticed that a figure wearing the black robe of the corpse guards had silently appeared behind the corpse guards. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. He killed a corpse guard, changed into the black robe of the corpse guard, and entered from the back without being discovered by the other corpse guards. Now, the battle in the desolate ancient city was basically over. The Xian family had suffered a crushing defeat. Most of them were dead, and only a few people were left in the square of the desolate ancient tomb. Little girl, be honest. Once the desolate ancient tomb is successfully opened, I'll send you on your way. A level 7 King Realm corpse guard grabbed Xian Xiang's arm and sneered. Xian Xiang's arm was bleeding, and her face was pale. Now! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A portion of the experts followed the old corpse guard to the desolate ancient tomb. The remaining experts controlled the flood dragon's corpse and glared at the palace master of fire and the rest. There were no experts around Lu Ming. The king who had caught the profound fragrance was the most powerful. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed past a few corpse guards, then he brazenly launched a Gakudo path attack. The spear's gleam turned into a stream of light, cutting through the void like a meteor. It was extremely fast as it struck towards the head of the corpse guard. The corpse guard did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind. Before he could react, Lu Ming had already pierced through his head and he died on the spot. Who? Lu Ming appeared beside Profound Fragrance. He took a deep breath, pulled the Profound Fragrance, and soared into the sky. Who is it? You're looking for death. At this time, the other corpse guards finally reacted and roared. The chains pierced through Lu Ming. Stay here. A level 9 Martial King Realm corpse guard standing on the head of the flood dragon roared in anger. His body flashed and moved at an unbelievable speed. Before Lu Ming could even use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, the corpse guard had already closed in on him. A vast wave of corpse chi was blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming thrust his spear with all his might and collided with the corpse chi. However, his body was sent flying back 1,000 meters and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. At this moment, the Palace Master of Lightning, Palace Master of Fire, and the rest exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Lu Ming's appearance. They did not expect to see Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength was unbelievably strong. With a sneak attack, he had killed a level 7 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard and blocked the attack of a level 9 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard. Although this level 9 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard had not used much of his strength in a hurry, it was still terrifying enough. Due to this delay, the refined corpses rushed over from all directions, wanting to surround Lu Ming. Gakudo Path Attack. Lu Ming rushed in a direction where there were no experts. With a Gakudo Path Attack, he sent more than 10 refined corpses and corpse guards flying. You want to leave? Stay. The corpse guard at the level 9 Martial King realm moved in a flash and chased after Lu Ming. Do it, break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the Palace Master of Fire roared. They erupted and wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement. You're looking for death. A corpse guard on the flood dragon shouted. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse and charged towards Palace Master of Fire and the others. However, a few of the people on the flood dragon's back had gone to the desolate ancient tomb, and the level 9 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard had gone after Lu Ming. There were only 5 people left, and it was extremely difficult for them to control the flood dragon's corpse, causing its movements to become slower than before. Damn it! The level 9 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard could only turn around and fly toward the flood dragon's corpse to help control it. Without the pursuit of a phenomenal success King tier, Lu Ming was unstoppable. He sent dozens of refined corpses flying. Lord Lu Ming, how's my father? Upon seeing Lu Ming, Xian Xiang's eyes lit up and she asked weakly. We'll talk about it later. Lu Ming channeled a stream of essential core to stop Xian Xiang's bleeding and rushed out with all his might. Lu Ming was about to break out of the siege. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion was heard from the direction of the desolate ancient tomb. Boom! 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 Following that, violent rumbles continued to ring out. The entire ancient desolate city was shaking violently. The next moment, a bright beam of light shot up from the side of the desolate ancient tomb into the sky, straight into the clouds. Who's that? At that moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. After the light pillar dispersed, a huge stone door suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The stone door was so huge that it reached into the clouds. From the stone door, there was a vast and endless power of heaven's might. Heaven's gate, heaven's gate! Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. This huge stone gate was very similar to the heaven gate that Lu Ming had encountered at the waters of the Thousand River. Even the aura was almost exactly the same. However, the stone gate in front of him was extremely huge. It was many times larger than the sky gate he had seen at the Thousand River area. How did this happen? How could there be such a huge heavenly gate here? And NBSP, hoo. At this moment, a terrifying attractive force erupted from the sky gate. Not good, I'm about to be sucked in. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that he could not rush out anymore. In the sky gate, there was a strong suction force acting on him. He was not the only one. Everyone else in the ancient barren city was the same. They were all attracted by this force and slowly flew towards the sky gate. The world inside the Heaven's Gate. Not good. The Thunder Palace Master, the Fire Palace Master, and the others also tried to rush out, but it was useless. They couldn't get out at all. They were attracted by the sky gate and slowly flew toward it. Roar! The experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect tried to control the flood dragon's corpse to fly out, but it was useless and ineffective. It was also attracted by the sky gate. This time, not only did the Heaven's Gate not erupt with any treasures, but it was also going to suck them in. Boom! 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 At this moment, the ancient desolate city started to shake violently. Everyone was shocked to find that the ancient barren city had actually left the ground and was also flying toward the heavenly gate. The entire ancient desolate city was about to be sucked away. It was too shocking. How could this be? How did this happen? At the entrance of the desolate ancient tomb, the old corpse guards screamed repeatedly. They had just opened the door of the desolate ancient tomb, and this scene had appeared. It was completely different from the rumors. However, no matter how much they struggled, it was useless. They continued to approach the sky gate. Who? All of a sudden, the gravitational force in the sky gate exploded violently and instantly increased by dozens of times. Lu Ming felt an irresistible force pulling him toward the heaven's gate. On the side, profound fragrance also followed. Everyone, including the entire city of desolation, flew toward the heaven gate at top speed. Buzz! When Lu Ming flew into the sky gate, he felt that the world was spinning. His vision turned black and he did not know anything. He seemed to be drifting in the endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming woke up and a ray of sunlight pierced his eyes. Not good. Lu Ming got up abruptly and realized that he was lying in a forest. Where is this place? Lu Ming hurriedly looked around. There was no one in the surroundings, and profound fragrance was not by his side. All around him were huge ancient trees. However, the ancient trees around him were simply too huge. The 1,000-year-old trees he had seen before were nothing compared to the trees in front of him. Here, any random ancient tree had a diameter of more than 10 meters. They were incomparably huge and shot straight into the sky, covering the sun. What is this place? Could it be the world inside the heaven gate? Lu Ming pondered. What dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming realized that the heaven and earth spirit qi here was extremely rich. Even if it was not as rich as Tianxian City, it was not much different. One must know that Tianxian City was built on top of a super-large spiritual eye. I don't care anymore, let's go find Xianxiang and the others. Lu Ming rose into the air and observed his surroundings. At a glance, there were ancient trees like this all around, extending to the end of the sky. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Gah! Lu Ming had not even flown 100 miles when he let out a shrill cry. Above him, a huge wave of demonic qi pressed down on Lu Ming. A huge bird pounced at him. What a big bird! Lu Ming looked up and was shocked. The huge bird's wingspan was at least 50 meters wide. Its huge claws, which were emitting a metallic luster, were grabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The wind and thunder spear appeared and he used all his strength to strike the giant bird's claw. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew in all directions at the point of collision between the wind-lightning spear and the giant claw. Lu Ming felt a force as heavy as a mountain surging towards him. His body could not help but fall rapidly. Who? Lu Ming's toes stepped on a branch. A huge force was directed from his toes to the big tree below. Bang! The big tree exploded, and broken wood pieces flew everywhere. This big bird is so powerful. Lu Ming could sense that the bird's level was only equivalent to a peak level 6 martial king, but its explosive power was not any weaker than his. Could this be a mutant with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast or ferocious beast? Lu Ming's expression changed. Many demonic beasts had the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts. They were extremely powerful and far stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. For example, flood dragons were a typical example. They had the bloodline of true dragons and were extremely powerful. Any random flood dragon had the strength of a martial king. The strong ones were even more terrifying. Gah! The giant bird seemed to be angry that it did not manage to kill Lu Ming with one blow. It screeched and flapped its wings, causing a hurricane to sweep over and pounce on Lu Ming again. You're looking for death, Gakudo Path attack. Whoosh! The spear radiance pierced through the void and headed toward the giant bird. Boom! With a loud boom, blood splattered everywhere. The spear pierced through one of the giant bird's feet. The giant bird was in pain and let out an angry screech. It flapped its wings rapidly and flew into the distance. It had actually escaped. This giant bird is definitely a mutant. It's really powerful. It's only at level 6 Martial King realm, but it's only slightly injured by my Gakudo attack. Lu Ming sighed. Previously, no one below the level of a king tier could withstand Lu Ming's extreme path attack. They were all killed by this attack. This giant bird, on the other hand, only suffered minor injuries. Just as Lu Ming was pondering, a shocking scene appeared. Whoosh! From the forest below the giant bird, 2 extremely large tentacles suddenly stretched out and wrapped around the giant bird. The giant bird screamed in fear, but it was useless. It was pulled down, and the next moment, the cry stopped. This. What kind of monster is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Roar! Before Lu Ming could calm down, a deafening roar was heard from afar. Then, Lu Ming saw a black dot that was rushing toward them. The black dot rapidly enlarged. It was actually an incomparably huge giant ape. The giant ape was definitely over 200 meters tall, like a mountain. Boom! The giant ape stomped on the ground, causing the earth to shake in a terrifying manner. Waves of air rolled in all directions, and ancient trees exploded one after another, splattering wood fragments everywhere. The giant ape grabbed with both hands and pulled out a giant octopus from the forest. It was obvious that this was the octopus that had killed the giant bird. He squeezed the octopus to death, then opened his mouth and bit off one of its tentacles. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. Roar! The giant ape let out a deafening roar and stomped on the ground, causing the earth to rumble. The giant ape's body shot into the distance like a cannonball, turning into a black dot and disappearing. Nest, what the hell is this place? Lu Ming restrained his aura and hid between the branches of a big tree in the distance. He was drenched in cold sweat. That giant ape from before was too powerful, and was infinitely close to the spiritual ocean tier. He had even reached the spirit sea realm. With such power, he was already the peak overlord in the Tianxian region. It seems like I should keep a low profile in this place. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming landed on the ground and concealed his aura. He chose a direction and ran carefully. Flying in the sky, wasn't that courting death? If they were discovered by a powerful demonic beast, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. As expected, there were countless powerful demonic beasts living in this land. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming encountered more than a dozen powerful demonic beasts. None of them were below the rank of a martial king. There were 2 that were not weaker than the giant ape from before. That's an intent crystal pit. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped. There was a strong intent realm of heaven and earth in front of him. Lu Ming realized that it was a profound meaning crystal pit. The mastermind behind the scenes, Crisis. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to find esoteric crystals in this place. Judging from the intent and aura, it should be a water-type profound meaning crystal. Lu Ming had no use for it, but he could exchange it. Without a word, Lu Ming picked up a saber and started digging. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, his digging speed was very fast. In just half an hour, he had dug out a huge pit and obtained 30 water-type profound meaning crystals. Of course, they were all low-grade. There were no middle-grade ones, but Lu Ming was already very satisfied. It was just a pit of ultimacy crystals. It was already very good to have 30 ultimacy crystals. Could this be a dimension that no one has ever been to before, just like the scaled demon dimension? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Of course, they didn't go very fast. They were afraid that they would be done for if they entered the territory of a powerful demonic beast. However, after a few hundred miles, Lu Ming stopped again because he had discovered another pit of ultimacy crystals. It was only a few hundred miles and there was another pit of ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming was rather shocked. Moreover, this ultimacy crystal pit was a wind-type ultimacy crystal. Lu Ming had a use for it. He did not think too much and started digging. And NBSP, this time, he had dug out 29 wind intent crystals. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Lu Ming was shocked for the rest of the journey. There were many ultimacy crystals in this forest. He sprinted for around 10,000 miles and came across a total of 9 intent crystal pits. There were wind, fire, lightning, earth, and so on. There were a total of 7 attributes, and he had obtained over 200 different intent crystals. Ha, this is a holy land. How many intent crystals can we dig out if we turn this place upside down? Lu Ming's eyes were shining. However, Lu Ming discovered a problem. There were not many spiritual herbs in this place. He saw a few stalks of spiritual herbs occasionally. They were all level 1 or 2. The high-level spiritual herbs seemed to have been picked. There's an intent crystal pit. At this moment, Lu Ming discovered another ultimacy crystal pit. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, he felt a strong sense of danger. The hair on his body stood on end. There was danger. Without thinking, Lu Ming flew to the sky and landed on a branch of a big tree. Bang! A beam of sword aura flashed past and a bottomless sword hole appeared where Lu Ming had been standing. Little bastard, your reaction is quite fast. With a sneer, the figure of an old man appeared. Old man, it's you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This old man was the master of the Thunder Palace. What's wrong? I'm surprised to see you. Let's see who will save you today. A cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of Thunder Palace Master. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. Hee, Lu Ming, I have to admit that you're indeed very lucky. You were ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect along the way. Everyone else died, but you're still alive. I thought you were dead a long time ago. Thunder Palace Master laughed coldly. Were you the one who informed the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming asked. That's right, it's me. Lu Ming had never expected that the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace would actually admit to it. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a strong killing intent. His voice was extremely cold as he said, Old man, I didn't expect it to really be you. When he asked that question earlier, it was just a casual and probing question. He had not expected that it would really be the Thunder Palace Master. He had always thought that it was the Shing family who had attacked the Heavenly Corpse sect. That's right, it's me. I was the one who leaked your information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Look at me, I've found dozens of people to be buried with you. Unfortunately, you don't appreciate it. However, it's the same as sending you down now. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Old man, I will kill you. Lu Ming's killing intent soared. In order to kill him, this old fellow was actually willing to sacrifice so many Ditian Divine Guards' lives. He was simply insane. Kill me. In your dreams. Die. The Thunder Palace Master shouted, and his lever 9 Martial King Realm aura burst out. With a wave of his hand, a sword of thunder formed in his hand. Dandan, Smash! Lu Ming patted Dandan. Buzz! Dandan flew out and smashed towards Thunder Palace Master. Thunder Palace Master's eyes widened, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot toward Dandan. However, it was of no use. It rushed past and continued to smash towards Thunder Palace Master's face. Thunder Palace Master's expression changed slightly. He retreated and slapped out. This palm was too fast, and Dandan couldn't avoid it. She was hit and flew far away. What's the use of unorthodox methods? Die! Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly. Lu Ming sighed. The cultivation level of the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace was too high. Even a surprise attack was useless. Without any hesitation, he turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to run away. Right now, he was still not a match for the Thunder Palace Master, so he could only retreat first. If you want to leave, then stay. The Thunder Palace Master bellowed in anger. He moved and shot towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that he was not slower than Lu Ming. A lightning sword slashed at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear and a 3-colored True Dragon flew out, pouncing at the lightning sword. The sword of lightning pierced through the 3-colored war dragon, crushing it in an instant. The sword of lightning did not stop and continued to shoot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was grave as he blocked the attack with his long spear. Clang! With a loud boom, Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit. Lu Ming coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was injured. If it were not for the fact that Lu Ming had already comprehended the thunder mentality and cultivated it to the late stage of level 1 lower tier, which offset a part of the power of lightning, this move alone would have severely injured Lu Ming. Lever 9 Martial King Realm. You're indeed powerful. I can't fight you now. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming rushed out of the crater and ran forward with the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. I told you, you can't escape. Thunder Palace Master's voice was cold as he chased after Lu Ming. The thunder concept that the Thunder Palace Master had comprehended was too fast. Lu Ming could not escape at all. Boom! Lu Ming and the Thunder Palace Master exchanged a blow. This time, it was even worse. Smoke was coming out of his body and he was almost burnt to ashes. His body seemed to be splitting apart. Lu Ming rushed out of the huge pit and coughed up a large amount of blood. He looked at the Thunder Palace Master with a murderous look. Run, why aren't you running? Let's see where you can run to. Today, you will die. The Master of Thunder Palace walked over step by step, looking extremely cold. It's still not certain who will die today. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and the power of thunder exuded from between his eyebrows. He was going to control the lightning cauldron and launch a fatal attack on the Lightning Palace Master. After using the lightning cauldron, he would definitely fall into a weakened state. This place could be said to be extremely dangerous, but at this point, he had no other choice. Buzz! Dandan flew back and glowed beside Lu Ming. The Master of the Thunder Palace frowned. For some reason, he felt a dangerous aura from Lu Ming. The Power Upanishad Crystal Vein. What's going on? This little bastard is only a level 4 martial king. No matter how talented he is, he can't pose a threat to me. How can he make me feel threatened? Could it be that he has some sort of treasure on him? Thunder Palace Master's mind turned quickly, and his eyes became vigilant. This little bastard must be killed today. His talent is too amazing. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be the one who dies the next time we meet. Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make his move. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 2 earth-shaking roars sounded, and the earth trembled violently. An ocean-like pressure suddenly pressed down. What's going on? Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically. Not good. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Boom. Suddenly, dust and wind filled the air. Two huge creatures appeared not far away and were in the middle of a frenzied battle. It was a huge black tiger. It was definitely more than 100 meters tall and 300 to 400 meters long. It was like a small mountain. It was fighting with a giant ape that looked very similar to the one Lu Ming had seen before. It was extremely tall. The two giant beasts fought wildly, rolling over and over as they rolled toward Lu Ming and the rest at top speed. Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically, and he turned to run. Lu Ming was the same. They had just run 1,000 meters when the place where they had been fighting was crushed by two giant beasts. The ancient trees were broken, and the place was in a mess. The strong winds swept and almost blew Lu Ming away. Lu Ming cast the concept of wind and ran with the help of the power of the strong wind. His speed was even faster. The master of Thunder Palace could not care about killing Lu Ming now. Escaping was more important. The two giant beasts were too terrifying. Thunder Palace Master had no doubt that if he was hit by the palm, he would definitely die. The two of them ran for their lives. Roar! Ow! The battle between the two giant beasts shocked the other demonic beasts and they also ran for their lives. The mountain forest was in chaos. Bang bang bang. A woolly mammoth that was tens of meters tall ran past Lu Ming and almost trampled him flat. This woolly mammoth definitely had the strength of a peak-tier king. This is a good opportunity. The 9 dragons used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and in a flash, they grabbed the long fur on the mammoth's tail and climbed into the long fur inside the tail to hide. The long fur on the mammoth's tail was 7 to 8 meters long. Lu Ming could not be seen at all as he hid inside. The two giant beasts continued to fight, rolling and rolling, without a fixed direction. Not long after, Lu Ming heard that the roar was getting further and further away from the mammoth. In the distance, the Thunder Palace Master's eyes swept across the area, and he was extremely gloomy. That little bastard ran away again. Thunder Palace Master snorted coldly, then left carefully. Lu Ming did not know how much time had passed. He estimated that he had run at least tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, the mammoth's speed slowed down. Lu Ming restrained his aura and slipped down from the long mammoth's tail. Could it be that we're almost out of the forest? Lu Ming realized that the trees around him were much smaller and not as huge as the previous one. Lu Ming followed one direction and advanced for thousands of miles. He realized that they had indeed left the forest. In front of them were mountain peaks and mountain ranges. The mountain forest from before was relatively flat, and there were almost no mountains. However, there were only mountain peaks ahead. What is this place? Other than demonic beasts, there's not a single person here. I don't see any other races either. Lu Ming frowned. He then retracted his aura and ran toward the mountains. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts on these mountains. If there were, they were rather weak. Could it be that all the powerful demonic beasts are in that forest? Lu Ming relaxed slightly. He then flew high into the sky and sped up. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped and flew back, landing on a small mountain peak. This is Power Upanishad Crystal Vein. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that the mountain peak was exuding a strong aura. Moreover, it was the aura of wind concept. This was actually a wind-type intent crystal mine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There would be at least several hundred pieces of intent crystals in the intent crystal vein, and there might even be mid-grade intent crystals. Most importantly, they were wind-type esoteric crystals. With these crystals, Lu Ming's concept of wind would improve rapidly. Digging. Lu Ming started to dig crazily. 3 hours later, the entire small mountain peak had been excavated by Lu Ming. The harvest was rich. There were a total of 330 low-grade wind attribute intent crystals. Most importantly, there were 2 mid-grade wind attribute intent crystals. A total of 2 middle-grade wind attribute intent crystals. Ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming wanted to burst out laughing. This place is full of treasures. Keep searching. See if there are any other power Upanishad crystal veins. Lu Ming started to search around frantically. Indeed, there were no more powerful demonic beasts on this piece of land. Lu Ming increased his speed. Soon, he discovered a small profound meaning crystal mine tens of thousands of miles away. Ha, it's another intent crystal vein. Previously, in that forest, it was a pit of intent crystals. Now, it's an intent crystal vein. We're rich, we're rich. Lu Ming was in an extremely good mood. He was initially a little depressed because he had entered this inexplicable place. However, all his depression was swept away at this moment. This esoteric crystal vein was a gold attribute esoteric crystal vein. In the end, Lu Ming had excavated more than 400 gold attribute esoteric crystals and 2 mid-grade gold attribute esoteric crystals. Continue. Lu Ming could not stop at all. Half an hour later, Lu Ming stopped on a mountain peak and frowned slightly. The mountain below had been completely excavated. From the faint intent realm aura that permeated the air, it must be a small power Upanishad crystal mine. But it was discovered by others. I wonder if they're from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the majority of the people who had entered were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. It seems like I have to be more careful. Lu Ming's figure moved and he left the place. An hour later, he stopped in front of a mountain peak and revealed a look of ecstasy. This mountain was suffused with the lightning intent of powerful lightning, and it was a lightning-type intent crystal mine. It just so happened that Lu Ming had a use for the thunder-type esoteric crystals. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming started to dig. Ha, we're so lucky. Another power Upanishad crystal lode. We're going to be rich this time. Lu Ming had not dug twice when a cold and dry voice was heard. Who? Who? 2 coffins flew over, and 6 figures walked out of them. 2 corpse guards and 6 refined corpses. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura. Late-stage king tears. They're all late-stage king tears. Lu Ming's expression changed. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had sent about a dozen king tears of the upper tier into this place. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming had encountered 2 of them. Brat, you're from the Xian family, and you're also from the Ditian Divine Guard. It's your bad luck to have run into us. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and we'll leave your corpse intact. One of the corpse guards sneered. Crazy breakthrough. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you first. A corpse guard coldly shouted. Then, a refined corpse pounced on Lu Ming. And NBSP, whoosh. Whoosh. 7 to 8 iron chains swept toward Lu Ming like venomous snakes. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and collided with the iron chain. His body was sent flying backward. This won't do. Although these 2 corpse guards are both at level 7 Martial King realm, they're still king tiers in the upper tier. I'm not their match yet. I can only retreat first. No matter how unwilling he was, the fat meat in his mouth was about to disappear. He had no choice, his strength was inferior to others. Lu Ming turned around and cast the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. In a few flashes, he was far away. The 2 corpse guards were somewhat dazed, unable to catch up at all. This kid is quite fast. A corpse guard was somewhat unwilling. Forget it, let's not care about him. Let's dig up the intent crystals first. This place is truly a peerless treasure ground. I've never heard of a place like this before. If we can bring these intent crystals out this time, we'll be rich. The other corpse guard's eyes lit up. He immediately controlled the refined corpse and began to dig. Lu Ming flew for thousands of miles and stopped at a hidden place. Looks like I'll have to increase my strength first. Otherwise, I won't be a match for these late-stage king tiers. Only by increasing our strength can we obtain more resources. Sky Corpse Sect, Thunder Palace Master, just you wait. With a single thought, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine. With a wave of his hand, a pile of wind attribute intent crystals appeared on the side. Now, as long as the wind attribute esoteric crystal was upgraded to level 1 lower tier, Lu Ming's cultivation could continue to increase rapidly. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and a middle-grade wind-type esoteric crystal appeared in his hand. Lu Ming had to start with middle-grade profound meaning crystals. Placing the path understanding ancient tree by his side, Lu Ming entered a state of emptiness. Then, he clenched the intent crystal. Bang! The wind element middle-grade profound meaning crystal shattered. Strands of extremely strong intent realm emerged and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend. The effects of middle-grade intent crystals were astonishing. 2 days later, Lu Ming had broken through the wind concept to level 1 lower tier. However, the effects of the esoteric crystals were still there. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In a flash, 3 days had passed. His wind mentality had reached the middle stage of level 1 lower tier. The effect of the mid-tier profound meaning silk thread finally disappeared. Then, Lu Ming took out low-grade profound meaning crystals and continued to comprehend. The effect of comprehending in the Supreme Shrine was slightly worse than in Tianxian City. After half a month, he had used up all 300 wind-type profound meaning crystals. His wind concept had just broken through to the peak of level 1 lower tier. It was only one step away from level 1 upper class, which was equivalent to the concept of fire. Who? Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Now, my wind and fire mentality is only one step away from level 1 upper tier, and my thunder mentality has reached the late stage of level 1 lower tier. It won't affect my cultivation anymore. I'll start to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 top-grade spirit crystals appeared and exploded. The bloodline of the 9 dragons devoured them and refined them into vital essence. The 3 concepts were almost at an equilibrium. Indeed, there was no more resistance. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to increase rapidly. However, after reaching the level 4 Martial King realm, the amount of spiritual crystals required to improve one's cultivation was terrifying. From the early stage of the level 4 Martial King realm to the middle stage, it had taken 200,000 spiritual crystals, which was a terrifying amount. A small level would cost 200,000. After refining 600,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 4th level Dao Martial King realm. Then, he refined another 500,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 5th level Martial King realm. After refining 1,000,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation level had only increased by 1 level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to afford it. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He continued to take out top-grade spirit crystals and began to devour and refine them. The 5th level of the Martial King realm required even more top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming had refined 900,000 of them before he reached the peak of the 5th level of the Martial King realm. Then, he refined 80 more and broke through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Martial King realm. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. He refined another 5,000,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and cultivated to the peak of the 6th level Martial King realm. He had reached his limit here because he could not break through the realm of heaven and earth, so it was impossible for his cultivation to break through. In total, he had refined 3 million supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days. If others knew about this, they would be scared to death. He had refined 3 million supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days, and his cultivation had broken through several levels. He was not human. Of course, this was also thanks to the 9 dragon bloodlines' advancement to the 7th level of the king tier, which greatly enhanced the power of devouring and refining. If it were in the past, it would not have been possible. A peak level 6 martial king realm. His genuine yuan is too strong. Lu Ming felt that the moment he opened his mouth, all he spurted out was essential core. How strong is my current combat power? Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. When the 3 kinds of intent realms of heaven and earth reached the first level small success, the power of the 3 kinds of fusion was definitely comparable to the completion of the first level of a single intent realm. In addition, his cultivation was now at the peak of the 6th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming did not know how strong he was. In any case, killing a level 7 king realm warrior would be a piece of cake. I might as well cultivate the 3 absolutes of the dragon god once more and raise my strength to the limit before going out. Lu Ming pondered. In this place, Lu Ming had a huge advantage. He could quickly turn the intent crystals into strength. For the others, no matter how many esoteric crystals they had, they could not use them as quickly as Lu Ming. Moreover, even if their concepts had improved, their cultivation would not improve as quickly as Lu Ming because their speed of refining crystals was far slower than his. Therefore, Lu Ming was not afraid that other people's cultivation would also increase rapidly. Lu Ming planned to raise his combat strength to the maximum and then go out to excavate the profound meaning crystals. He would kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect and take their profound meaning crystals. Under the path understanding ancient tree, the speed of comprehending martial techniques was also 10 times faster than normal. In just half a month's time, Lu Ming had cultivated the dragon god's 3 absolutes to the 4th stage. Lu Ming's ability had increased by another level. Let's go. It's time to reap the rewards. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the supreme shrine and turned into a ray of light, disappearing in a flash. Lu Ming did not control his speed at all. He flew wildly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw 5 to 6 esoteric crystal veins that had been mined. Lu Ming did not stop in this area. He flew further away. 5 hours later, Lu Ming finally met a figure. Hurry up, hurry up. We'll finish excavating this intent crystal vein and go look for the next one. Not far ahead, a shout came out. There were around 30 corpse guards controlling the refined corpses and excavating a power Upanishad crystal vein. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had sent in a lot of people. There were nearly 1,000 of them, and 30 of them was only a small portion. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared in the sky above the esoteric crystal mine with a cold smile on his face. What a coincidence! The leaders of this group of corpse guards were the 2 7th-level Martial King Realm corpse guards that Lu Ming had encountered earlier. Sweep, huge harvest. Lu Ming's appearance alarmed the corpse guards. Who is it? Brat, so it's you. You still dare to appear. You're looking for death. Lu Ming. A few cold shouts were heard. The 2 7th-level Martial King Realm corpse guards instantly recognized Lu Ming. Buzz. Woo woo woo. The air was torn as 2 level 7 Martial King Realm refined corpses blocked Lu Ming's path of retreat. This time, they had learned their lesson. They blocked the road in the beginning, afraid that Lu Ming would escape again. It seems that you have gained a lot during this period of time. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow. As far as he knew, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect rarely cultivated the 9 common mentalities. What the Heavenly Corpse sect cultivated the most was a special kind of mentalism called the death mentalism. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect would definitely not use up all the ultimacy crystals they had excavated. Most of them were kept in the storage rings, waiting to be exchanged for resources. Hee, not bad indeed, kid. Unfortunately, you can only be envious. Kill. A Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guard sneered and suddenly shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guards behind Lu Ming immediately attacked him. In front of him, another Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guard was controlling two refined corpses to besiege Lu Ming. This time, you're the ones who will die. And NBSP, the Wind Lightning Spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it. A full moon appeared in the sky. Bang! 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 The spearlight accurately hit the four Lever 7 Martial King refined corpses. Like four cannonballs, the four refined corpses were sent flying 10,000 meters away and crashed into a few mountains. With a series of rumbles, dust filled the air, and a few large mountains collapsed, sending gravel flying. All the corpse guards' expressions changed drastically, especially the two Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guards. They could no longer sense the four refined corpses, which meant that the four refined corpses had been destroyed. How is this possible? A refined corpse has copper skin and iron bones. It's impervious to swords and spears, especially a Lever 7 Martial King refined corpse. Even a Lever 8 Martial King expert can't destroy it so easily. And Lu Ming had destroyed four Lever 7 Martial King refined corpses with a single shot. The faces of the two Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guards turned pale. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the two Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guards madly flew into the distance. It's too late for you to leave. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind the two corpse guards. His long spear smashed towards the two of them with the force of Mount Tai. An enormous spearlight that was thousands of meters long crushed down at the two corpse guards. The two corpse guards roared and fought back with all their might. However, the corpse guards' combat strength was weak to begin with. How could it stop Lu Ming? Boom! The spearlight smashed down, and the two Lever 7 Martial King corpse guards were smashed into meat paste. Ah, run! When the other corpse guards saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. Devour! Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out and let out a long roar. A terrifying devouring power burst out of its mouth and covered the corpse guards. Ah, what happened? Why can't I run anymore? My blood essence is about to fly out, help! One by one, the corpse guards cried out in fear. But in the next moment dash. Whoosh! Whoosh! Drops of blood essence were directly devoured from the body of those corpse guards, flying into the mouth of the 9 dragon bloodline. Once his blood essence was devoured, his life force would also be gone. More than 30 corpse guards had all fallen and landed on the ground. Who? The bloodline of the 9 dragons swallowed the blood essence of the 2 Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse guards. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's quintessential essence formed thin threads and took off all the corpse guards' storage rings. Let's go. We'll find a place to refine the blood essence and then count it. Lu Ming moved and left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. This time, Lu Ming used all the power of his blood essence to upgrade his second blood meridian. The blood essence of the 2 Lever 7 Martial King Realm King Tears and more than 30 other corpse guards was extremely rich. Not long after, the second bloodline trembled slightly, and the 7th Asilavira chakra appeared. King level 7th rank bloodline. The blood essence of a late-stage king was indeed extraordinary. Buzz! The second bloodline trembled slightly, and the mist that shrouded the stone tablet seemed to become lighter. On the top of the stone tablet, there was a large, blurry word that appeared and disappeared. Lu Ming widened his eyes and observed carefully. Suppress. At the top of the stone tablet, there seemed to be a word, suppress. Town. Could it be that this steel is called the suppressing steel? Lu Ming was very curious. Unfortunately, he could only vaguely see this word. Lu Ming could not see the other words. Sooner or later, it will all appear. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, he took out the storage rings of the corpse guards and started to count them. There were a total of 33 storage rings. Lu Ming first checked the storage ring of a lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse Guard. He was overjoyed when he saw it. There were piles of intent crystals in the storage ring. There were too many of them. Each pile was worth at least 500 yuan. Not only were there 9 commonly seen intent crystals, but there were also some special intent crystals. For example, Star Intent Crystals and Berserk Intent Crystals. And NBSP, there were a total of 13 intent crystals. And NBSP, of course, the number of special intent crystals was much smaller, but there were still more than 100. There were a few metal boxes beside the profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming opened them and realized that they were all middle-grade profound meaning crystals. There were a total of 30 pieces of middle-grade profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming was almost drooling. Whoa, this place is really a peerless treasure land. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a fiery glow. He then checked the other storage rings. There was no doubt that the 2 Lever 7 Martial King Realm Corpse Guards had the most number of intent crystals, but the other 30 Corpse Guards added together also had a lot. In the end, Lu Ming discovered that he had about 20,000 pieces of various crystals. Yes, more than 20,000 intent crystals and 108 middle-grade intent crystals. I'm rich, I'm really rich. If he were to bring these ultimacy crystals to Tianxian City, the entire city would probably be shaken. Other than the esoteric crystals, Lu Ming had not counted the rest. He could not be bothered to do so now. He would slowly count them when he had time later. It's still faster to kill these Sky Corp sect corpse guards to obtain intent crystals. If I dig them up myself, how long will it take? Lu Ming decided to go out and hunt corpse guards to obtain intent crystals. Not long after, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and began to search the area. Unfortunately, within a radius of more than 100,000 miles, he only encountered a small team of a dozen corpse guards. The highest cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Martial King realm, and they were easily killed by Lu Ming. And NBSP, this small team only had a little more than 1,000 intent crystals. Looks like I'll have to search further away. Lu Ming continued to fly forward at high speed. The damned lightning cauldron. Boom. Boom. Half a day later, a series of rumbles sounded in the sky above a mountain peak hundreds of thousands of miles away. A few figures were engaged in an intense battle. Gakudo Path Attack. Puchi. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the space between the eyebrows of a middle-aged corpse guard and he died unwillingly. It seems that I'll have no problem killing a corpse guard at the peak of Lever 8 Martial King realm with my extreme strike. However, corpse guards are weaker than ordinary martial artists. My combat strength is still no match for a king at the upper tier of Lever 9 Martial King realm. Lu Ming kept his long spear and pondered. On the ground below, there were dozens of corpses, all of which were corpse guards. Not long ago, Lu Ming had come here and encountered these corpse guards, and a great battle had begun. The leader of these corpse guards was a peak Lever 8 Martial King. Lu Ming had to use all his combat strength to kill all of them. His quintessential essence swept out and collected all the storage rings. Lu Ming found a place and started to count. His harvest this time was even greater than last time. He had nearly 30,000 intent crystals in total. Crazy, this was too crazy. Even with Lu Ming's composure, he could not help but tremble. Intent crystals weren't something that could be measured by price. If they were taken out, countless people would fight for them. Right now, should I cultivate first, or should I go and hunt the heavenly corpse guards first? Lu Ming pondered. I'd better cultivate first. From the looks of it, I won't be able to return any time soon. I might as well rush to the late King Tier in one go. That way, I won't have to fear anyone in this place other than those giant beasts. Lu Ming made up his mind and then took out a piece of thunder profound crystal. He planned to comprehend the thunder concept first. After all, his thunder concept was lagging behind the other two concepts. And NBSP, he planned to first use low-grade lightning intent crystals to raise his lightning intent to the peak of level 1 small success, then use mid-grade lightning intent crystals to break through to level 1 large success. Bang! Lu Ming crushed a thunder profound crystal, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. However, Lu Ming opened his eyes in less than a minute. What's going on? Why did the intent realm threads in the intent crystals disappear for no reason? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment. When he was cultivating just now, he realized that he couldn't absorb any intent at all. It had completely disappeared. Faster, I want to see what's going on. Lu Ming took out another piece and crushed it. This time, Lu Ming did not start to comprehend. Instead, he observed carefully. In the end, he was dumbfounded to find that all of the intent realm threads had flown to the space between his brows and were absorbed by the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness. No way, Nest. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. And NBSP, he had never used lightning intent crystals before, so he hadn't noticed this problem. This lightning cauldron was actually trying to snatch the lightning concept silk from him. Lu Ming did not give up. He crushed a few more thunder profound crystals, but the result was the same. Lu Ming crushed another esoteric crystal, but the lightning cauldron did not react at all. Nest, you don't have to do this. I'll XXXX. Lu Ming was speechless. He had the urge to vomit blood. This way, didn't that mean he had to comprehend the thunder concept honestly and couldn't use intent crystals to rapidly increase it? His plan to increase his cultivation base at a crazy rate was going to be ruined. Because no matter how fast he comprehended other concepts, it would be useless if the thunder concept didn't catch up. Heavens, why are you playing with me like this? Lu Ming looked at the large pile of thunder profound crystals in the storage ring inside to the sky. Then, Lu Ming's consciousness appeared in his consciousness. He looked at the lightning cauldron and gritted his teeth. He wished he could just throw the lightning cauldron away. However, he was just thinking about it. Let's not talk about whether he could do it or not. Even if he couldn't bear to do it. Forget it, I'll just comprehend it honestly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the lightning cauldron and began to comprehend the lightning concept. Fortunately, the path understanding ancient tree was placed next to Lu Ming. Even if he was in his sea of consciousness, the effect would still be 10 times that of normal. After all, the sea of consciousness was only in the space between his eyebrows. Lu Ming calmed his heart down and started to comprehend the concept of thunder. Even without the profound meaning crystals, with the help of the thunder cauldron and the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the thunder mentality was extremely fast. It was 100 times faster than the others. 10 days later, Lu Ming's comprehension of the thunder concept had reached the peak of level 1 lower tier. However, it was not easy to break through to level 1 upper tier. It required accumulation. Lu Ming had been in this place for more than a month. I must quickly think of a way to get out of here. There are only 3.5 months left until the day of Senior Sister Mulan's wedding with the Sacred Constellation and the day of my challenge to the Sacred Constellation. Lu Ming frowned. However, he was still clueless about how to get out. Lu Ming decided to hunt corpse guards while he searched for a way to get out. After leaving the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming flew in a straight line in one direction. What? At this moment, Dandan, who was hanging in her hair, flew out. Her whole body was shining and trembling slightly. Then, she flew in one direction at an extreme speed. What's going on? What did Dandan find? Lu Ming had some doubts and flew to follow Dandan. After flying for about 10,000 miles, a huge mountain shrouded in dark red mist appeared in front of them. The surroundings of this mountain peak were deathly silent. There were no plants nor any living beings. The mountain was filled with dark red mist, and it was obvious that it was an evil creature. Dandan flew to the front of the mountain, trembling slightly, as if she was very excited, and then flew into the mountain. Lu Ming followed him and flew in. Kill! Kill! As soon as Lu Ming came into contact with the dark red mist, an earth-shattering battle cry rang out in his mind. He realized that his surroundings had changed. It had become a living hell. Millions of corpses lay on the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. Countless powerful existences were fighting. Lu Ming saw a true dragon flying in the sky, but it was torn into two by a demonic shadow that was as tall as the sky. Lu Ming saw a phoenix flying across the sky, but its wings were cut off by a demonic shadow. A human expert slashed open the sky with a sword, but he was blasted apart by a fiend's shadow with a punch. An unimaginable scene appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The terrifying killing intent almost made Lu Ming's mind collapse. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a force pulling at him. The surrounding environment changed. He was still at the edge of the mountain. The bloodline of the 9 dragons surrounded his body, and the devouring power burst out to resist the dark red mist. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. This dark red mist was too strange. It was extremely dangerous just now, and Lu Ming almost had a mental breakdown. What was that scene just now? Could it be a real war that happened in history? Lu Ming was very curious. Dandan. Then, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' bloodline to protect his body and rushed toward the mountain peak. When he reached the peak, he was dumbfounded. Dandan hatched. On the peak, there was a broken wing. On top of it, divine light shone, and it was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, this wing was very similar to the scene that Lu Ming had just seen. A phoenix's wing had been cut off. These were phoenix wings. Lu Ming felt that his heart was about to jump to his throat. What was a phoenix? An ancient divine beast, an existence on par with a true dragon, an invincible existence, and incomparably powerful. In the divine wilderness continent, it had already been extinct for many years. But now, here, he actually saw such a wing. What made Lu Ming most dumbfounded was that Dandan was actually eating this wing. He saw that Dandan had become 100 meters tall. On the eggshell, there was a huge crack, and it was biting the wing bit by bit. Moreover, the speed was very fast. In a few moments, more than half of it was eaten by Dandan, even the feathers on it were not spared. Damn, leave some for me. Lu Ming shouted and dashed forward. However, as soon as Lu Ming approached, he felt a terrifying aura acting on his body. Waves of tearing pain came. Lu Ming felt that his body was almost torn apart. Lu Ming retreated hurriedly in shock. What a terrifying aura. This might really be a phoenix's wing. Even after its death, its aura has not dispersed. Ordinary people can't get close to it at all. Lu Ming was shocked. However, Dandan, that beast, was actually completely fine and was even eating in big mouthfuls. Very quickly, an entire wing was gnawed off by Dandan. Only a few feathers were left. You beast! Lu Ming screamed in a heart-wrenching manner. However, after it finished gnawing, it returned to the size of a human head and landed on the mountain peak, motionless. Only its surface emitted a faint light. After the wing was eaten, the terrifying aura disappeared. Lu Ming walked over. Dandan. Lu Ming patted Dandan, but she did not move. This guy, could it be that he ate too much and needs to digest? Lu Ming tried to lift Dandan up but realized that she was heavier than a mountain. He could not carry her at all. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he would have to wait here for a while. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. He realized that there were still a few feathers left on the mountain peak. Lu Ming hurriedly ran over to pick them up. There were a total of 5 feathers, each about half a meter long. On that wing, it was the shortest and was considered a mixed feather, which was why it fell off. But even so, the 5 feathers were sparkling and fiery red, as if they were made of fire jade. They exuded an astonishing qi. Lu Ming had to use all his strength to resist it. This is also a supreme treasure, keep it first. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the 5 feathers. He then looked around, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything else. Forget it, I'll cultivate while waiting for Dandan. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and continued to comprehend the thunder mentality. Lu Ming's comprehension of the thunder concept improved by leaps and bounds every day. This cultivation lasted for half a month. With the help of the path understanding ancient tree and the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming's half a month of cultivation was equivalent to 4 years of cultivation for others. Lu Ming felt that his thunder concept was about to break through to level 1 upper tier. It was just a piece of paper away. At this moment, Lu Ming felt something strange outside and left the Supreme Shrine. At this moment, Dandan's body was emitting an intense light, as bright as a small sun. A terrifying life essence rippled out. Kacha! All of a sudden, Lu Ming heard a slight cracking sound from Dandan's body and a tiny crack appeared. Could it be that Dandan is about to hatch? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was spurted out from the Heaven's Gate, and it was extremely wonderful. It was unafraid of any energy attack and had a huge appetite. It could even eat heavenly tribulations and phoenix wings. Lu Ming had always been very curious. What was Dandan? What kind of creature would it be after it hatched? Now, the answer was finally revealed. Kacha! Another sound came from the eggshell. Treasure, there's a treasure here. Suddenly, an excited shout could be heard. Ha ha ha, this treasure is definitely unusual. It's ours. The sound of air being torn sounded out as dozens of corpse guards appeared with refined corpses. Brat, this treasure isn't something you can look at. Die. One of the corpse guards saw Lu Ming and immediately controlled a refined corpse to attack him. All of you are going to die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His 9-dragon bloodline emerged and he opened his mouth to suck. The dozens of corpse guards, who were below the level of a king tier, had their blood essence devoured by Lu Ming and died an unnatural death. The remaining 2 corpse guards, one at level 7 and the other at level 8 Martial King Realm, looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression, their eyes filled with shock. What martial arts technique was Lu Ming performing? He had actually killed dozens of corpse guards with one move. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the 2 corpse guards. Boom! Boom! In less than 10 moves, the 2 corpse guards were killed by Lu Ming and all the storage rings fell into his hands. At this moment, more cracks appeared on Dandan's eggshell. As Lu Ming refined the blood essence, he fixed his gaze on Dandan. A few minutes later. With a bang, the eggshell cracked completely. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A turtle the size of a fist appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. This turtle stood on its 2 legs like a human, and its 2 front legs were like human hands. It stretched its waist. Ha ha ha, I'm finally resurrected. I've returned to the world. Experts of this world, tremble. Beauties of this world, open your hearts and wait for my arrival. Ha ha ha. The little turtle could actually speak the human language and let out a long howl. However, his voice was extremely tender, like that of a 3-year-old child. It was extremely comical. Lu Ming's eyelids were twitching and his lips were trembling. What the hell? What the hell was this egg hatching? Not only did it hatch a turtle, but it was also a talking, extremely narcissistic turtle. Lu Ming was completely speechless. After a while, he said, Dan. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Dan, what Dan? If you call me Dandan again, this lord won't spare you. In the past, this lord was like a turtle under the roof, so I endured it, but in the future, you better behave yourself. The little turtle placed his 2 front legs on his turtle shell, looking like a peerless master as he berated. It was just that his young and tender voice really did not have the slightest bit of deterrence. Dandan, what are you? You can actually speak the moment you're born. Where are your parents? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Junior, shut up. I'm telling you, I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts, invincible since ancient times. I live as long as the heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. Where did I get my parents from? I've said it before, if you call me Dandan again, I'll get angry with you. The little turtle stretched out one of its claws and pointed at Lu Ming, its eyes wide open. The top 10 war beasts? Dandan, what's that? Lu Ming asked curiously. You. The little turtle almost coughed up blood, and he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Baring his fangs, he said, forget it, you're just a little brat, this lord won't stoop to your level. Profound yellow soil. Its eyes rolled twice as if it was in deep thought. After a while, it coughed and said, back then, I experienced a bitter battle and was seriously injured. I had no choice but to turn into an egg. After countless years, I was finally reborn. As I had just been reborn, my memories are not complete. As for what the top 10 battle beasts were, I can't remember clearly. You can't remember? Lu Ming looked at Dandan suspiciously and said, then you should be very strong, right? Cough, cough, didn't I tell you? I was too heavily injured back then, and I've just been reborn. I haven't recovered much of my strength. Dandan placed a turtle claw by her mouth and coughed a few times in a very human-like manner. Dandan, you're not lying to me, are you? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with a look of disbelief. In the past, Dandan had been very intelligent. Lu Ming suspected that before Dandan hatched, she had learned to speak. After she hatched, she pretended to be an expert to fool him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. As for the so-called top 10 war beasts, he didn't believe it at all. Brat, you actually dare to doubt me? Fine, in order to make you convinced, I'll give you a good fortune now. Dandan put her hands behind her back, her face full of displeasure. Oh. What good fortune? Lu Ming said with a smile. I sensed that there's a supreme treasure in a place not far away. I'll take you there now and make you convinced. Dandan snorted coldly. What treasure? Lu Ming was very curious. Hee, if I'm not wrong, that should be the dark yellow soil. It can absorb all the energy in the world and transform it into its own energy to grow peerless spiritual medicine. Dandan smiled proudly. What? Profound yellow soil. Is that true? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Xianhuang soil was a rare treasure that only appeared when the world was first created. It was a divine soil used to grow spiritual herbs. In the ancient times, even the ancient times, the most powerful people in the world would use the dark yellow soil to cultivate spirit herbs. However, the dark yellow soil was extremely rare and was sold in taels. One tael could be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming immediately thought of the path understanding ancient tree. If he had the dark yellow soil, the problem of cultivation would be much easier. The spring water in the jade box containing the ancient tree of comprehension was almost empty, so it was crucial to find spiritual liquid to nurture it. Hee, come with me. Dandan smiled complacently. With her hands behind her back, she spread her legs and stepped on the air, flying into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Although Lu Ming was skeptical, he still followed her. About 50,000 miles away from Lu Ming, the area within 1,000 miles was barren and desolate. Not a single blade of grass grew. Two figures were flying within. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to recognize the two of them at a glance. One of them was the Palace Master of Lightning, and the other was the Palace Master of Fire. Ah, there's a medicinal fragrance coming from over there. Suddenly, the Palace Master of Fire stopped. Medicinal fragrance? Thunder Palace Master was a little confused. There's no mistake. I'm usually a part-time alchemist, so I'm extremely sensitive to the smell of spirit herbs. It's not far ahead. The Palace Master of Fire said. I don't even see spirit medicine in this world, and yet here it is in this barren land. It's definitely extraordinary. Let's go take a look. Thunder Palace Master's eyes lit up. The two of them advanced at an extreme speed. Not long after, a mound appeared in front of them. The medicinal fragrance was coming from this mound. The surroundings of the mound were also barren, but there were 7 spiritual herbs growing on the mound. That's the common knotgrass. What's going on? It's actually emitting such terrifying medicinal properties. When the two of them saw it, they were both shocked. This was because the common knotgrass was a level 1 spiritual herb. To them, it was like trash. However, the 7 knotweeds in front of him were translucent and surrounded by divine multicolored light, giving off a strong medicinal fragrance. It was definitely not a level 1 spiritual herb, but a level 6 spiritual herb. And it was a top-grade level 6 spiritual herb. What kind of place was this? How could it turn a level 1 spiritual herb into a top-tier level 6 spiritual herb? Profound yellow soil, that's profound yellow soil. The Palace Master of Fire looked at the bottom of the 7-section grass and his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Below the 7-section grass was red and yellow soil. A terrifying spiritual energy was exuding from the soil. This was Xianhuang silicoearth. What? Profound yellow soil. Thunder Palace Master was also shocked. His eyes were wide open, and then, his eyes revealed a burning greed. Looking at the surface area, it was about 1 meter square. How many gene was it? One had to know that in the outside world, in a small domain like the Tianxian region, treasures like the Xianhuang obsidian could not be found. In some larger domains, it was possible to find Xianhuang obsidian, but they were extremely rare and were sold at the price of 2 taels. And here, he didn't know how many gene there were. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. The Palace Master of Fire's mouth was about to split open from his smile. Compared to the dark yellow soil, the 7 pieces of level 6 upper-grade common knotgrass were not as eye-catching. Old Hua, since the two of us have discovered it together, we'll each take half of it. How about it? Thunder Palace Master said. Sure, no problem. The Palace Master of Fire nodded and stared at the Xianhuang silicoid soil. Old Hua, you are more skilled in alchemy. You will be in charge of excavating the dark yellow obsidian soil. I will stand guard at the side. Thunder Palace Master said. All right. The Palace Master of Fire nodded and then flew toward the mound with a fiery gaze. At this moment, a sinister look flashed across the eyes of the Thunder Palace Master. A sword of lightning appeared in his hand, and he stabbed the back of the Fire Palace Master. The Fire Palace Master had never expected that the Thunder Palace Master, whom he had known for several hundred years, would make a move on him. He was caught off guard and was stabbed in the face. Puchi! The sword of lightning pierced through the Palace Master of Fire's chest. Ah! The Fire Palace Master let out an earth-shattering roar. A fire lion appeared and pounced at the Thunder Palace Master. Thunder Palace Master pulled out his long sword and retreated 1,000 meters, avoiding the fire lion's attack. Why? The Fire Palace Master turned around. His eyes were red as he looked at the Thunder Palace Master in disbelief. Hee hee, isn't it a pity for 2 people to share such a large piece of dark yellow soil? I'll take it all for myself. Isn't that great? Also, I've been coveting the power Upanishad crystals in your storage ring for a long time. Thunder Palace Master sneered. You deserve to die. You should die. The palace master of fire roared in anger. I deserve to die. Ha ha ha, you're the one who's going to die now. The Thunder Palace Master laughed wildly. The thunder on his body flashed, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop! Right at this moment, a furious roar was heard. A figure was approaching at extreme speed. Buzz! A figure appeared. It was Lu Ming. The little turtle Dandan was standing on his shoulder. Under Dandan's guidance, he flew over and just happened to see the scene of the Palace Master of Thunder attacking the Palace Master of Fire. The Great Battle with the Thunder Palace Master. Lu Ming. Little bastard, it's you. The moment Lu Ming arrived, the Palace Masters of Fire and Thunder exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming glanced at the Palace Master of Fire and sighed. The Palace Master of Fire's heart had been pierced by the Palace Master of Thunder. Furthermore, he had been ravaged by the power of thunder. He was already at his wits' end. If not for the Palace Master of Fire's profound cultivation, he would have died. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. Hurry up and run. The Palace Master of Fire shouted. Go, where do you want to go? Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. This time, you're still as stupid as ever. You've delivered yourself to my door. He's really seeking his own death. Thunder Palace Master laughed heartily. This time, not only would he be able to obtain the dark yellow soil, but he would also be able to get rid of Lu Ming, a great threat. Naturally, he was extremely happy. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not reply. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Dandan, you said you're an unparalleled expert. Can you slap this old man to death now? Lu Ming said. Cough, cough, didn't I tell you? I've just been reborn, and my strength hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid I'm not his match, but you have to believe me, when I'm at my peak, not to mention this kind of trash, even if it's a spiritual ocean tier warrior, I can kill thousands of them with a single breath. Even if it's a martial emperor, I can kill a large group with a single slap. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and transmitted her voice to Lu Ming smugly. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill. Suddenly, the Thunder Palace Master shouted in a low voice. With a flash of lightning, he slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Raging lions bursting flames. The Fire Palace Master roared, and a scorching aura burst out from his body. A huge flame lion rushed out and charged at the Thunder Palace Master. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear. Boom. With a loud boom, the Temple Master of Thunder drifted backward while Lu Ming and the Temple Master of Fire also drifted back dozens of meters. The Palace Master of Fire coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and he actually couldn't float in the air. Instead, he fell to the ground. Senior. Lu Ming waved his hand and wrapped the Palace Master of Fire with his vital essence, bringing him to the ground. Lu Ming, run. You're not his match. The Palace Master of Fire roared and kept spitting out blood. There were even traces of lightning in the blood. Ha ha ha, old fire, he's about to die. If he still wants to attack, he'll only die faster. You don't have to tell him to escape. Do you think he can escape from me? Thunder Palace Master sneered, his eyes cold. Old man, you're the one to die today. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. There were no living beings here. Lu Ming decided to take a risk and use the lightning cauldron to kill the Lightning Palace Master. I'm the one who died. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Thunder Palace Master laughed. Then, his face darkened and he shouted, Die. Between heaven and earth, thunder and lightning gathered, forming a huge sword of lightning that slashed at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Boom. Lu Ming's cultivation was completely unleashed. The three-colored concepts merged and he thrust his spear forward. A huge three-colored true dragon flew out and roared. Boom! With a violent boom, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. However, the Lightning Palace Master's lightning sword was also blocked by Lu Ming. Not far away, the Palace Master of Fire was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to block the attack of the Palace Master of Lightning. Impossible. How is that possible? Thunder Palace Master roared in disbelief. In such a short period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation had soared to the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King realm, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. His heart trembled. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a terrifying genius. No, he was like a terrifying monster. Even Yan Kuangtu, the genius who had shocked the entire Eastern Barren territory 100 years ago, was not this terrifying. Kill him. If I don't kill him, I'll die. Thunder Palace Master felt extremely terrified. It was the fear that Lu Ming brought to him. As expected, I'm still a little lacking compared to a level 9 Martial King. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his combat strength, he could easily kill a level 8 Martial King realm martial artist, but there was still a gap between him and a level 9 Martial King realm martial artist. Lu Ming, I have a way to increase your strength and kill that old man. At this time, Dandan's voice came into his ears. What is it? Lu Ming asked. I'm the leader of the top 10 war beasts, and I've lived for a very long time. Not only is my combat strength invincible, but my Tao of inscription is also invincible. I'm now inscribing an inscription formation on your body, which can make your true essence instantly go berserk and double its strength. This way, you can suppress that old man. Moreover, this method has no side effects. Dandan explained proudly. Nonsense, then hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Hold on for a few moves, I'll inscribe it. Immediately, Dandan's pair of front claws glowed with light and waved continuously. With a flash of lightning, the Thunder Palace Master turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant, slashing down with his sword. Clang! Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long spear, but his body was sent flying backward. Lightning strike! Thunder Palace Master used his killer move. The lightning sword stabbed out, and the air was instantly scorched by the power of lightning, forming a space zone. Gakudo Path Attack. Clang! The two powerful attacks collided. A blazing light spot that was brighter than the sun burst out where the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword met. Buzz! Lu Ming's body trembled violently and his qi and blood churned. He was sent flying a few thousand meters and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Dandan, are you done? Lu Ming asked. Ahem, wait a minute. I failed just now. Dandan coughed a few times. Nest. Lu Ming wanted to curse. Dandan was too unreliable. She failed to inscribe an inscription. Was she trying to fool him? I failed again. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only fight back and fight against the Palace Master of Thunder Palace. The booming sounds continued. After 5 to 6 moves, Lu Ming's body was in great pain. Die! Thunder Palace Master seemed to have gone crazy, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Dandan, are you done? Lu Ming asked again. If things didn't go well, he would use the lightning cauldron to kill the Lightning Palace Master. It's done. Dandan laughed. At this moment, rays of light suddenly emanated from Lu Ming's body. Lines of beautiful inscriptions emerged on his body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt the essential core in his body circulating crazily and becoming violent. Compared to before, it was a huge improvement, not just twice. So strong. Lu Ming felt that he was filled with endless energy. At this moment, Thunder Palace Master charged over again. Kill! Lu Ming roared and drew his spear. Buzz! The space trembled violently. The long spear formed an arc and struck the combat sword of Thunder Palace Master heavily. Bang! Thunder Palace Master was like a cannonball as he was sent flying for more than 10,000 meters. Killing the Thunder Palace Master. How is that possible? Thunder Palace Master cried out in disbelief. He racked his brains but could not understand how Lu Ming had suddenly become so strong. Could it be some kind of secret technique? Thunder Palace Master's mind was spinning. Below, the Palace Master of Fire was also dumbfounded. Nest, I almost forgot. Lu Ming's cultivation technique is not to be underestimated. He used this inscription to increase his power by more than 2 times. Dandan muttered. Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With one step, he appeared in the sky above the Thunder Palace Master. He looked down and smashed his spear at the Thunder Palace Master. Boom! Under Lu Ming's violent essential core, the spear ray was as heavy as a mountain as it smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master. The Thunder Palace Master let out a long roar and formed a thunder giant. He held a thunder sword and slashed upwards like a god descending to the mortal world. Boom! Lu Ming's spear radiance was unstoppable. It exploded and the lightning giant collapsed. The violent power struck the Thunder Palace Master. Thunder Palace Master fell to the ground like a meteorite, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. The next moment, Thunder Palace Master rushed out of the huge pit. At this moment, the Thunder Palace Master's hair was disheveled, his clothes were in tatters, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely pathetic. Ha ha ha, old geezer Zheng, to think that you'd have such a day. Ha ha ha, after Yan Kuangtu from 100 years ago, the eastern Tianxian region has given birth to another unparalleled genius. The Fire Palace Master laughed heartily. Then, the life force in his body slowly dissipated and disappeared. The Palace Master of Fire left while laughing. Damn it! Thunder Palace Master roared angrily, then turned around and ran. He knew that he could no longer kill Lu Ming. He could only escape. Want to run? Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and chased after him. His long spear trembled and beams of spear radiance burst out. Thunder Palace Master was helpless and could only turn around to block with all his might. Watch me! Dandan stomped her feet and jumped off Lu Ming's shoulders. She grinned and shouted. Then, her 4 heads retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell spun continuously in the air and smashed toward the Master of Thunder Palace's face. The Master of Thunder Palace struck out countless bolts of lightning, but they were completely useless against the turtle shell. The turtle shell passed through the layers of lightning and smashed towards the Master of Thunder Palace's face. The Thunder Palace Master was already experienced. He quickly used one hand to defend and wanted to slap Dandan away. However, Dandan spun in the air and quickly dodged the palm of the Thunder Palace Master. Bang! A turtle shell was imprinted on Thunder Palace Master's face. The Master of Thunder Palace screamed and retreated. A clear tortoise shell mark appeared on his face, and blood was flowing. Gakudo Path Attack. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to cast a Gakudo Path Attack and pierced the Thunder Palace Master's heart with his spear. Thunder Palace Master roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Let's go. With a shake of the long spear, a violent energy burst forth, destroying Thunder Palace Master's heart and internal organs. I'm not willing. Thunder Palace Master roared and died. You brought this upon yourself, you can't live. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His 9-dragon bloodline emerged and devoured the blood essence of the Lightning Palace Master. Then, he took off the Lightning Palace Master's storage ring. Lu Ming stepped forward and came before the Palace Master of Fire. The palace master of fire had already breathed his last, but his face still carried a carefree smile. Lu Ming sighed. It was a pity that the dignified hall master of the Eastern Palace had died at the hands of the hall master of the Thunder Hall, who was also a hall master. Senior, rest in peace. I've already killed that old man, the Thunder Palace master. Lu Ming muttered. He absorbed his essential core and kept the storage ring of the Fire Palace master. Then, he dug a hole and buried the body of the Palace Master of Fire. Profound yellow soil. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the mound. Ha ha ha, what do you think? I wasn't wrong, right? There's dark yellow obsidian soil here, which is a great fortune for you. However, the 7 knotgrass will belong to me. Dandan's 2 front claws were placed on the turtle shell, triumphantly, but her pair of black eyes were staring at the 7 stalks of 7-section grass. No, I can't give you the 7-section grass. Lu Ming rejected her directly. What? Lu Ming, you ungrateful bastard. I was the one who guided you to find Xianhuang silicon soil. Do you know how precious Xianhuang silicon soil is? Ah. Also, it was me who helped you deal with the Thunder Palace Master just now. Don't you know how to repay me? I was seriously injured back then and needed spiritual herbs to recover. Why are you so stingy? Dandan was furious. She pointed one of her turtle claws at Lu Ming and spat out a bunch of words. I'll give you 1, Lu Ming was speechless. No, 2. Dandan shouted. All right, deal. Lu Ming immediately agreed. Dandan grinned, as if she had been tricked by Lu Ming. Immediately after, Lu Ming dug up the 7 tufts of common knotgrass by their roots and gave 2 to Dandan. Dandan picked it up as if she was eating a radish, and she ate it with a crunching sound, looking like she was enjoying it. Lu Ming was speechless. He could not believe that Dandan was a peerless expert. Lu Ming then took out a huge alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace was found in the storage rings of the others. Lu Ming stored all the dark yellow soil into the alchemy furnace. 1,000 jin. There was a total of 1,000 jin of profound yellow soil here, enough to fill a pill furnace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If so much dark yellow soil were to be released to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Countless inscription masters would go crazy. Lu Ming carefully planted the path understanding ancient tree into the mystical yellow soil. After planting them, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of spiritual herbs and flowers appeared in the air. These were all low-level spiritual herbs that he had obtained from others. Most of them were at level 1, 2, 3, and 4. To Lu Ming, they were not of much use. Lu Ming pressed his palm down, and a majestic vital essence burst out. The spiritual herbs were instantly destroyed and shattered into pieces. Then, Lu Ming's vital essence transformed into 2 giant hands, grabbing the spiritual herb powder and squeezing it. Drops of spiritual liquid appeared and dripped on the Xianhuang silicoid soil. The profound yellow soil could turn such a spiritual liquid into one's own energy and nourish the spiritual herbs and herbs planted on it. After squeezing out a few thousand spiritual herbs of various levels, Lu Ming finally stopped and kept the dark yellow earth into the supreme shrine. Dandan, do you know where we are? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. At this time, Dandan had already finished off the 2 stalks of common knotgrass and was lying in the air, her 2 front paws covering her head, her legs crossed, with a leisurely expression. I don't know. Although the aura of this world is very familiar to me, I was too seriously injured back then and forgot. Dandan said leisurely. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He knew that this would be the result. This guy was too boastful and his words were not reliable. Lu Ming moved his body and flew in the direction he had come from at top speed. He continued to look for a way out. Wait for me. Dandan ran like crazy at an extremely fast speed. 1 man and 1 turtle disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. An island. This piece of land was extremely vast. Lu Ming flew for 3 days in a row, covering a distance of several million miles. Along the way, Lu Ming did not find any esoteric crystal vein that could be excavated. Although this piece of land was extremely rich in ultimacy crystals, there was a limit to it. Some areas had more, while some areas had less. Along the way, Lu Ming noticed that there were many traces of digging. It was obvious that they had been dug away. In the process of flying, Lu Ming transformed the blood essence of the Thunder Palace Master into the power of the Blood Meridian. Although the blood essence of a Lever 9 Martial King was extremely powerful, it still couldn't make the 9-dragon bloodline break through to the 8th level of the King realm. The amount of blood essence required for the advancement of his blood meridian was getting more and more terrifying. Therefore, the blood essence that Lu Ming devoured was not used to improve his cultivation but to improve his blood meridian. What? At this moment, Lu Ming felt a salty and wet wind blowing. He was stunned and sped up. Boom! 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 In front of them, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, as if huge waves were sweeping across the sky. At the same time, the salty and wet wind became stronger. As Lu Ming flew, the rumbling sounds became more intense and deafening. Not long after. Could this be the ocean? Lu Ming stood on a cliff and looked into the distance. He was dumbfounded. In front of him was an endless ocean with huge waves that were extremely violent. The lowest waves could reach a height of hundreds of meters, and the higher waves could even reach more than 1,000 meters. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and the wind howled. It was a scene of doomsday. Is this really the ocean? Lu Ming had never seen the sea since he was young. He had heard of it, but he had never heard of it being so violent. Even martial arts powerhouses would not be able to stand in this ocean, let alone ordinary people. Lu Ming looked around for a while. Occasionally, he could see the figures of huge sea beasts in the sea. Lu Ming frowned. He looked around for a while and then flew at high speed along the coastline. However, the ocean they saw along the way was the same. They were all violent. Lu Ming flew for 3 days and the results were the same. This coastline is round. Could it be an island? Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming, based on my experience, this should be an island. You're all tied to the same island. Dandan said. An island. Then if we rush out of the island, we might be able to see the others. Maybe we can find our way back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he flew toward the sea. Boom! The raging waves slapped the shore and the strong wind swept across. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He realized that the strong winds on the sea were extremely terrifying. They were like divine weapons that kept slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had used his vital essence to protect himself, but his vital essence was being depleted. At this rate, Lu Ming's essential core would be depleted before he could fly far. Lu Ming had no choice but to fly back to the shore. I don't believe that the ocean around us is this violent. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued flying along the coastline. 10 days. Lu Ming had flown for a full 10 days. He estimated that he had circled half the island, but the ocean he saw was the same. It was extremely violent. This made Lu Ming rather speechless. Lu Ming was a little anxious. There were still 2.5 months before Mulan's wedding, but he had yet to find the way out. Lu Ming, all you can do now is cultivate in peace. Perhaps one day, an outsider will come to this island, and you'll be able to leave. Dandan said. I can only do this. Lu Ming sighed. No matter what, it was best to hint at his strength. Moreover, with his current cultivation, even if he could go out, he wouldn't be a match for the sacred constellation. Only by increasing his strength and going out by chance would he be able to fight the sacred constellation. After that, Lu Ming stopped at the seaside and entered the supreme shrine to comprehend the thunder concept in peace. Lu Ming's thunder will had already reached the limit of level 1 lower tier. After another 5 days, Lu Ming's thunder will had a breakthrough and reached level 1 upper tier. This was a threshold. The intent realm of level 1 upper tier was the symbol of a king tier who had reached the upper tier. First level complete thunder intent. Now, I'll use intent crystals to upgrade the other 2 intents. Lu Ming first took out a middle grade wind type esoteric crystal. Now that Lu Ming was rich and generous, he planned to break through with middle grade profound meaning crystals. He crushed the middle grade wind type ultimacy crystal and closed his eyes to cultivate. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Strong winds were howling around him, forming wind blades. Level 1 wind concept was complete. Moreover, it was at the middle stage of the first level upper tier. The effects of middle grade intent crystals were simply too powerful. Normally speaking, middle rank intent crystals were used by Sea of Soul realm experts to cultivate and comprehend level 2 intent domains of heaven and earth. Naturally, it would have a great effect on level 1 intent domains of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had the path understanding ancient tree. If an ordinary person used a middle-grade profound meaning crystal at the martial king realm, they would probably waste 70 to 80% of the middle-grade profound meaning crystal. No one would be so wasteful. However, Lu Ming had the path understanding ancient tree, so he had only wasted 10 to 20% of it. Now, it's the fire concept. Lu Ming took out a middle-grade fire-type ultimacy crystal, crushed it, and began to comprehend it. 2 days later, his fire concept had also broken through to the middle stage of level 1 upper tier. The completion of 3 types of concepts had caused the power of Lu Ming's 3 types of concepts to reach a terrifying level. It had completely surpassed the peak of a single concept. Moreover, Lu Ming could now aim for the level of a king tier. A late-stage king tier. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. With a wave of his hand, a pile of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. There were a total of 200,000 pieces. With a shake of vital essence, all the supreme-grade spirit crystals exploded. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and absorbed all the energy of these spirit crystals. Very soon, 200,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined and Lu Ming took out another 200,000 pieces. The vital essence in Lu Ming's body was getting more and more vigorous and powerful. It was about to break through to the 7th level of the martial king realm. Boom! 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 The true essence in his body exploded like the ocean outside. Not enough, it's still not enough. When Lu Ming had refined 1.4 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, he realized that he was still lacking a lot. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exploded 600,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals in one go. He devoured all of them and began to break through. 3 days passed by in a flash. 3 days later, Lu Ming suddenly let out a long howl. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and soared into the sky. If they were not in the Supreme Shrine, they would probably be able to stir up the wind and clouds in the sky. I've finally broken through to the 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Now, he was finally standing on the same level as the Holy Star realm. Of course, he had already reached the peak of level 9 martial king a few months ago on the Holy Star. He was only 1 step away from the peak of king tier and could break through at any time. Lu Ming was still under a lot of pressure. But at least it was approaching quickly. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and appeared at the seaside. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and a long spear was condensed. He then whipped the spear at the vast sea. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.